Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Everybody from Sevilla. We will now start the coordinators meeting. I think there are some people who are here, but will be soon. You know that we have just half an hour, so we have to keep on time. First of all, greet you, wishing you all the...
Ik wil u allemaal hartelijk verwelkomen. Ja. Ik blijf even proberen, zegt de tolk, want ik ben de Engelse vertaling kwijtgeraakt.
We are not going to meet in the committee of... There's nobody today in the venue. It's going to be a completely remote meeting. We are going to have 9 languages: Spanish, German, English, French, Polish, Latvian, Greek, Dutch, and Italian. So I don't need to remind you what you should do as usual. You have to take the floor, as you know, pressing on the speak button. Let's start with the approval of the agenda. First of all, I would like to inform you that regarding the internal procedure, we approve the agenda if there are no comments. The same procedure for the minutes of our 5th meeting. If there are no comments, it will be approved. The first item on the agenda is the appointment of rapporteurs. I would like to inform you about the number of points at the disposal of the political groups. First of all, I would like to talk to you about the appointment of Emma Noren through a written procedure regarding the opinion local and regional authorities protecting the marine environment due to a consultation from the Portuguese presidency. The opinion costs 4 points. The timetable proposed is the following. Today, we will have an exchange of views. On the 26th of March, there will be the approval by the ENVE Commission, and the approval at the plenary will be from the 5th to the 7th of May. Secondly, I would like to inform you about some modifications regarding the number of points. The number of points have been modified due to the inclusion of the offshore renewable energy sources strategy and the EU strategy on methane included in the Gunnar's Ansins opinion on the integration of the energy system. This has modified the points for the opinion from 2 to 4, and it has caused a delay in the approval of the opinion by the ENVE Commission, postponed until the 26th of March, and therefore approved later at the plenary session of the 5th to the 7th of May. Now decide on new files. Decide on the opinion number 1 is for the Trans-European Energy Infrastructure. I would like to inform you now about the points distribution. You know now that the political groups currently have the following points. The PES has more points than the others, 32. And remember that if any group uses the joker, you have to tell me so that we know it regarding the vote, if there is a vote. Before starting the discussion, I would like to inform you about another thing. I would like to underline that all the rapporteurs from the ENVE Commission under this mandate until now have been men, except the most recent rapporteur, Emma Noren, and this does not fulfill the Committee of the Regions requirement regarding gender equality. So I believe that we should be more active in promoting gender equality. I invite all to take this into account, rapporteurs. Let's pass now to the opinion number 1, guidelines for the Trans-European energy infrastructure. Before giving you the floor, I would like to inform you about the planned timeline for this opinion, which is the following. The rapporteur's appointment will be done today, the 1st of February 2021. The exchange of views, the 26th of March 2021. The approval of the draft opinion at the ENVE Commission will be from the 7th to the 8th of June 2020. And the approval of the plenary session will be in the session of the 30th to the 30th of June until the 1st of July. And now I will give the floor to the group that has more points, to PES. Igwe, you have the floor.
Okay, I think I have the floor, and good morning, dear Chair Juan Espadas. And I can really support your suggestion that in the question of gender balance, we should strengthen our efforts to have more women to write down the quite a number of opinions. But unfortunately, we have as PES group, fortunately, we have a candidate, but as you might suggest, it's not a woman that is candidate for this opinion. It's our colleague from Romania, Robert Neguita. He's mayor of the 3rd district of Budapest, of Bucharest, and I think that he's well positioned to do this opinion, as he has also already his expert, who is really expert in the subject. So we would forward to the candidate of Robert Neguita for this opinion. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Biewer. And now Tinker from the EPP has the floor.
Thank you. The EPP does not have any candidate for this.
Thank you, Mr. Chica. Now, Mr. Schoet has the floor.
Merci. Le groupe Renew n'a pas de candidat.
The group doesn't have a candidate.
Thank you, Mr. Chauvet. And now, Mr. Prost has the floor.
Déjà, et donc le groupe Vert n'a pas non plus de candidat. Merci.
Gracias, señor Cross. Tiene la palabra el señor Cherkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Prost. Mr. Tchaikovsky has the floor.
The ECR group can support the candidates already mentioned, and we will not put forward any candidate of our own. Thank you.
Señor Cherkowski. Por último, tiene la palabra el señor Griffois.
Thank you, Mr. Tchaikovsky. And now, Mr. Defoe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Defoe. We have only one proposed from the Socialist Party, Mr. Robert Neguita. Therefore, we can confirm that he will be the reporter for the Commission and will be proposed in the following meeting. Much for your cooperation. Now to the next item on the agenda. The decision whether or not to draw opinion. It is the proposal for a regulation of the European Parliament and of the Council concerning batteries and waste batteries, repealing Directive 2006/66 and amending Regulation 2019/1020, 2020/798. The Secretary recommends not to issue an opinion. The proposal contains only a small part directly relevant to the ENVE Commission. Only 2 of the 13 chapters are specific. The main part of the opinion tackles the single markets, but even on this topic, a preliminary evaluation shows a limited participation of the local and regional authorities. Therefore, the environmental part tackles the waste management, but only in 2 of the chapters, as I told you, in 2 out of the 13 chapters. So the Secretary believes that is not very interesting to make an opinion on just one of the parts of a proposal for a regulation, because we just made an opinion that was not regarding the batteries, but had to do with the waste management. So now I would like to know if you have any comments in order to make a decision whether or not to draw up an opinion. Mr. Trinket, you have the word if you wish to speak.
Thank you. The EPP group agree with this decision.
Thank you, Mr. Trinket. Mr. Biwer?
Entiendo que no tiene ningún comentario al respecto. Señor Chauvet.
I understand that there is no comment to do. Mr. Chauvet? Mr. Tchaikovsky? Mr. Chauvet, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chauvet. Do you want to add something else, Mr. Chauvet? Mr. Tchaikovsky?
We also support the idea of not drawing up an opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tchaikovsky. Mr. Cross?
Si, hein, cette renonciation, sans problème.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. And now, Mr. Defoe, something to add?
I have no comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Defoe. Well, therefore, we will not draw up an opinion. That's our proposal to the members of the ENVE Commission. Let's go now to the third item on the agenda, organization of future work. I will give you now an update on the meeting held out of the ENVE Commission headquarters. The external meeting of the ENVE Commission from the 7th to the 8th of June 2020 was planned to take place in Azores, organized by Vasco Ilidio Alves Cordeiro. Nevertheless, taking into account that the resident of the regiment of Azores is now José Manuel Boliero, Mr. Cordeiro is no longer in the position to invite the ENVE Commission. Moreover, due to the pandemic and to the restrictions that we still have, and due to the lack of certainty regarding being able of organizing this meeting outside Brussels in June, the most reasonable thing to do is to postpone the meeting. We will inform later about possible options regarding this meeting outside Brussels. Right now, I ask you for your patience. I ask you to make the decision right now and to postpone the meeting. Now, item number 4. Support to the ENVE Commission's proposal of appointing the IPBES for the Nobel Peace Prize. Being the rapporteur of the Committee of the Region's opinion on biodiversity and the political coordinator of the ENVE Commission for the PES group, Robbie Bewer has informed me that he wants to ask the political coordinators and the president of the ENVE Commission to approve the idea of sending a letter to the president of the European Parliament's ENVE Commission, Mr. Canfin, expressing our to the proposal of appointing the IPBES as a candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize 2021 for their standing 2019 report on biodiversity. I will now give the floor to Mr. Bewer to complete my words. Please go ahead, Mr. Bewer.
Thank you, dear Chair. We prepared 2 PowerPoint slides. Perhaps anybody could put them on the screen, but I would like to request your agreement, dear Juan Espadas as ENVE Chair and dear colleagues as political coordinators, to respond to Mr. Canfin's, the ENVE Committee Chair of the Parliament, and the ENVE political coordinators from the Parliament to join the initiative to write a letter to the Nobel Prize Committee that we support the initiative of Mr. Canfin to support the candidature of the IPBES, that's the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, to be a candidate of the Nobel Peace Prize. This nomination procedure ends today, and it is therefore the perfect time to build up in public support for the nomination of the IPBES to the Nobel Peace Prize. You remember that in 2007, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, obtained the Nobel Peace Prize together with Al Gore for their efforts to build up and to disseminate greater knowledge about man-made climate change and to lay the foundations for the measures that we need to fight climate change. Similarly, in 2019, the IPBES published the Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. The report aimed at assessing the status and trends with regard to biodiversity and ecosystem services, the impact of biodiversity and these services on human well-being, and the effectiveness of responses. Thanks to this report, biodiversity came back to the top of political agendas, not only at the European level, but at the global level. All over the world, all newspapers talked about the warning message of the report. Around 1 million animal and plant species are now threatened with extinction, many within decades, more than ever before in human history. The IPBES has also greatly contributed to the CoR opinion on biodiversity we adopted last October, and I think that the Nobel Peace Prize would be a well-deserved appreciation of the incredible work done by this intergovernmental science policy platform. I hope you can count, I can count on your support to sign this letter to the Parliament's ENVE Commission and that we will share all support on social media as strongly suggested by Mr. Canfin's office, so that the COR can show once more how active cities and regions are in protecting and restoring biodiversity. So thanks already for, I hope, your support to this initiative, that we could join as a COR the Parliament's initiative in this direction. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Biewer. Can with my support to this initiative. And now Mr. Dufoy has the floor.
Yes, thank you. But I have still a remark or question on the previous point, if I may, about the organization of the ENVE Commission work on the coming months, or in the coming months. Our Secretariat of the European Alliance asked to add a section on the COP26 for a greater role for local regional authorities in climate governance. Normally, the ENVE Secretariat has already received the input from the European Alliance Secretariat, but if not, just let us know so that we can resend it. But we found it very important that we talk to this COP26 about our role of local region authorities. And then on this point made about the Nobel Prize, I don't question the good work of the Institute, but is it not more appropriate to send a letter to the European Chair listing some topics where we offer to cooperate and where also the European Parliament could value our support, starting with our role in the COP26 or the Green Deal, for instance. And then this proposal might also be referenced in this document. And the second question that I have with this point is, if we send the letter only on Nobel Prize, should it not be the CoR president, the Committee of the Regions president, the person to sign the letter on behalf of the institution? Is this not a better solution? Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Trinka.
Thank you. The EPP supports the idea to join the ENVE call for the Nobel Peace Prize for the IPBC.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Oui, merci. Je crois que, bien sûr, nous,
Thank you. Of course.
les questions de biodiversité.
Obviously, biodiversity is important. These are crucial things for the future of the planet and humanity, of course. Disappearance of various species. There are far too many of them who are disappearing, and so we have an extremely important role to play to keep this biodiversity and limit destruction of various soils and habitats as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. I would like to make clear that the proposal from Mr. Biewer is a proposal to support the initiative of the President of the ENVE Commission of the European Parliament, Mr. Canfin, who together with his colleague have made this proposal. So it is from our commission, which is the equivalent, we express our support to our sister commission, the ENVE Commission, why we propose a letter just from the ENVE Commission to the ENVE Commission, if everybody agrees on this. Thank you. Well, I think there is a big support to this initiative, so we will inform about it to the members of the Commission in order to go to advance. The following item on the agenda is the Covenant of Majors. The European Commission has asked the Committee of the Regions to designate a member per country as national ambassador of the Covenant of Majors in order to contribute to the newly created second chamber of the Covenant of Mayors that will support the work of the Political Council, focusing on the country-specific actions. Give the proposed list. It's just a temporary list. If it gets approved, it will be announced today to the members of the ENVE commissions. The final list will be presented at the March plenary in the discussion on the Green Deal with Commissioner Simpson. Any comment?
Bueno, pues efectivamente.
If this is not the case, we will inform about this proposal, which is, as I said, temporary right now, and we will seek for the support of the ENVE Commission colleagues. The sixth item on the agenda is other business. I would like to inform you that we can ask the Research Service of the European Parliament information, and now there are 3 topics which are key, and that maybe the ENVE Commission would ask this service parent some more information about these topics. One of it is the topic of the local and regional authorities protecting environment, and another one, adaptation of the renewable sources directive 50% for June. These are the 3 topics, and I hope that we can support these studies that will help us in order to draw up later some opinions. In this case, I hope that you give me some support. I don't know if anyone wants to take the floor now. If this is not the case, I understand that you support me on this initiative to ask these studies to the service of the Parliament. Regarding the last intervention of Ms. Foy, I would like to commend you that it is very important to be conscious of the important work that we have ahead regarding the COP26. I think everybody of us understands that it's very important to strengthen the role of the Committee of the Regions in this international arena. As we will have more opportunities to discuss on this matter later during the, let's not talk about it now, but later during the meeting. Does anyone want to take the floor now? If this is not the case, taking into account that it's 10:30, I propose you that all those that want to keep on connected, they can keep on connecting, and the other ones have to connect just before 11. We have a long day ahead of us, so we have to be very punctual. Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. We will see us again in half an hour.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Καλημέρας.
En primer lugar, que les dé la bienvenida a esta sexta reunión de la Comisión ENVE y lo haga en primer lugar deseando.
Good morning from Seville. First of all, I would like to welcome to this sixth meeting of the ENVE Commission. I hope that you're keeping safe and healthy and that all your governments are trying to overcome these very difficult times that we are living. This meeting will take place fully remotely, and we hope that it will be a very productive meeting. We have a very busy agenda, so we have to speed up. I would like to remind you that we have interpretation available into Spanish, Italian, German, English, French, Polish, Dutch, Latvian, and Greek. So 9 languages. Due to the technical setup of this platform, we are limited to 9 languages. You all know the participation mechanism. Therefore, if you would like to take the floor, you need to click on the raise hand button and we will give you the floor. I will try to remind you to stick to the allocated time so that we can go through the whole agenda. So therefore, I would urge you for your cooperation and ask you to stick to the allocated time during your interventions. Otherwise, I would have to ask you to please finish your intervention, and apologies beforehand if I had to do that. Well, let's begin. Let's move on to point 1, adoption of the agenda. According to our rules of procedure, we have agreed on the agenda with the first vice chair. If there are no remarks, I would ask you to approve the agenda, please. Secondly, I would like to seek your approval of the minutes of the 5th meeting of this commission. We've gone through the minutes, and if there are no observations, we can take it as approved. Now, if you allow me, we'll move on to the statement by the chair of this commission. There is no doubt that in 2020, we faced unprecedented challenges at global level, and also in the EU, we had to face many difficult challenges. The functioning of the EU was put to a test, and the mechanisms and work of bodies like this, the Committee of the Region, in spite of this, the momentum of our work in climate change and environment has not slowed down. Also in 2021, the recovery from the COVID-19 crisis will need to be greened, and it's going to be a very tough year. So we need to keep working towards attaining our objectives in climate change and environment. The local and regional authorities have a very important role to play in the green transition. In this vein, I'd like to remind you of the importance of the COP26, which will be held this year in Glasgow in November. The global context in the field of climate action has been reshaped with the postponement of this COP26, also because of the impact of coronavirus, the US elections, and the rise of Japan on the global climate action arena. So these actions will give an even greater relevance to the Paris Agreement. We will have to revisit and assess the parties' long-term strategies. The CoR will have a role to play, a key role to play in these actions. We need to be world leaders in climate action in the EU. Today, we will exchange interesting views on the opinion Stepping Up Europe's 2030 Climate Ambition towards COP26. The rapporteur is Mr. Chauvet. I would also like to inform you that the European Commission has asked the CoR to appoint a member state to act as a national ambassador for the Covenant of Mayors. The objective is to contribute to the newly created second chamber of the Covenant that will support the political efforts of this body. We want to focus on the concrete actions and efforts that each country will commit to within that covenant. The definitive list will be presented in the March plenary within the framework of the debate on the Green Deal with Commissioner Simpson. However, the provisional list will soon be published on the members' portal. As regards the EU Green Week 2021, I would like to point out that this week will provide an opportunity to communicate the work that we do to our citizens in each one of our countries so that we can talk about our ambitious objectives in order to realize our ambition to achieve an environment free from pollution and toxic substances. If you wish to contribute to the Green Week 2021, I will remind you that the theme is zero pollution. You have until the 12th of March to register your event as a Green Week side event. Before we move on to the different agenda items, I would like to express my acknowledgement and gratitude to a very special person who has been working with us. I'm talking about Michael Collins, our Deputy Director. He is changing posts within the committee. Michael, your experience and skills in legislative work will no doubt be appreciated and welcome in your new role. We know of your professionalism and also you are a very kind person and warm person, so we wish you every success in your new role. Having said this, we can now move on to the point number 4 of the agenda, organization of future work. Firstly, we need to adopt the decision as regards the opinion guidelines for trans-European energy infrastructure. In the previous meeting that was held with the political coordinators, we agreed to appoint Mr. Robert Mugitia as rapporteur of this opinion. Can we approve this? Are there any remarks? Mr. de Goita, do you want to intervene?
Oui, bonjour. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Yes, hello, can you all hear me? Hello, you hear me? Great, thanks. So I'm very happy indeed to have been given this honour to take part here. It's very important and I'm very interested in taking part of this debate and in the coming days to listen to the expert and the president of the Academy, Rumel Academy, in the field of energy. So thank you very much. I really hope that we're going to be able to listen to a really interesting opinion. Thanks again.
Muchas gracias. Que ahora...
Thank you very much. I'm sure that you will be a great rapporteur for this opinion. Therefore, we approve this appointment. Let's move on to point 4.2, I would like to inform you of the decision that we reached in the previous political coordinators meeting on the decision not to draw up an opinion on the dossier on the proposal of the European Parliament and the Council concerning batteries and waste batteries, repealing Directive 2006/66 and amending Regulation 2019/1020. A letter will be drafted to that end. Can we approve this? Do you agree with this?
Muchas gracias.
Okay, there are no remarks, no rejections, so I understand that we can approve this. We will send a letter to this end. Point 4.3, I would like to inform you about the attributions, the President's attributions and ongoing work programs. The document is approved. The next item of the agenda, 4.4, follow-up to opinions. I would like to let you know that you can follow closely the progress on this opinion on the members portal. There you will find information in English. Point 4.5, the ENVE Commission Annual Work Programme 2021. The ENVE Commission Annual Work Programme 2021 is drafted by the Secretariat, as you know, in cooperation with our political groups. It will be put forward for approval during the Bureau meeting of the 16th of March. Members will be able to submit suggestions and amendments until the 5th of February. This will be added to the updated version. You were informed of this by email. If you allow me, I will finalize the work program to include your comments and will submit it for the committee's approval. Are there any remarks, any questions? Mr. Marsili, you have the floor.
Parece que había...
Okay, I thought that Mr. Marsili asked for the floor, but he's not going to intervene, so if there are no further remarks.
Sí, señor Marsili.
Yes, Mr. Marsili, please go ahead.
Buongiorno a tutti, solamente se può confermare.
Good morning, everyone. Can you just confirm how we can send the request by the 5th of February of potential remarks? The methodology to send our remarks. Can you explain this to us? Thank you.
Sí, señor Marsili, a ver.
Sure, Mr. Marsili, you should have received an email informing you of the methodology. You can either answer to that email addressing your remarks to the chairmanship of the commission or to the secretariat of the ENVE commission. You have until the 5th of February. Please check your inbox because I think that you will find an email on this. Thank you.
Pasamos al punto 5.
Okay, let's move on to item number 5, contribution of the ENVE Commission to the 2020 Annual Impact Report. The 2020 Annual Impact Report, as you know, provides a thematic summary of the main work and achievements of the CoR within the European decision-making process. In keeping with the 2020 Annual Work Programme of the ENVE Commission, and the 2020-2025 mandate priorities, the key topics that can have the greatest political impact during 2020-2021 relate to the coordination of the European Green Deal activities for the Committee of the Regions. specifically environmental policy, climate change and energy, and spatial policy for territorial development. Within the framework of environmental policy, the conservation of natural capital, biodiversity in Europe, and the transition towards a circular economy have been the key environmental components of the 2020 Green Deal calendar. We have approved 4 opinions in this area. Commissar Sinkevicius recognized the role of local and regional authorities in a debate that took place during the ENVE Commission meeting of the 8th of June 2020. The members of the ENVE Commission have also focused on increasing the visibility of local and regional authorities when it comes to setting the global and EU agenda, and they have also represented us at several events. The ENVE Commission has also had a significant impact in the field of climate change and energy. With the approval of 5 opinions, we have played a key role in the European Climate Pact, and one of our members, Mr. Trzaskowski, has been appointed as a member of the Council of the European Covenant of Mayors. The ENVE Commission has also provided support to the German presidency of the Council, responding to consultations, and its members have represented the local and regional perspective at a series of events on climate and energy. The situation has been very challenging because of the COVID-19 crisis, but we have been able to achieve our objectives. As regards spatial policy for territorial development, I want to highlight that the rapporteur of the opinion on spatial policy, Andres Hadler, took part in the Copernicus for Regions 2020 event held at the European Parliament. Now I would like to give the floor to the members for their comments and contributions on this report, or maybe there's anything else that you would like to add. Please keep your interventions to a maximum of 2 minutes. I believe that Mr. Trinka wanted to ask for the floor. Is that right?
Yes, dear members, dear colleagues, looking at the 2020 annual impact report, I would like to congratulate all of us on our achievements in the ENVE Commission. Despite this difficult situation, which the COVID pandemic in which we have been since March last year. Despite this, we have shown our committed to climate, energy and environmental matters. As you can clearly see in the report, and we will continue to do so, as laid down in our work program for this year. In my capacity as the ENVE first vice chair, as well as the acting coordinator, I would like to thank you, Mr. Espadas, for his leadership, all the reporters, coordinators, as well as the ENVE Secretariat and the political groups for their continuous support and dedication. I look forward to the busy year ahead with many interesting dossiers and activities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por sus palabras, señor Trinka, y efectivamente.
Thanks very much for your kind words, Mr. Trinka. It's a team effort. So thank you to the whole secretariat and the political groups for your great input during such a difficult time. 2021 has to be a year of recovery after the COVID-19 crisis. I hope that the vaccination campaign can be sped up during the following months, and I hope that the recovery pace in the green recovery also increases in order to achieve our commitments of the local governments and the ENVE Commission. Are there any other remarks?
De acuerdo, pues continuamos el orden del día.
Okay, in that case, we will move on with the rest of the agenda. We have more time for the debate. Let's move on to item number 6, the Green Deal debate. We will talk about the environmental component of the Green Deal. It's one of the core topics for a meeting today. As we did in 2020, today we host the ENVE commissions for debate on the Green Deal. This time we will concentrate on the environmental elements. The European Green Deal goes further than just merely reducing emissions, or greenhouse gas emissions. Its objective is to contribute to guaranteeing a just and inclusive transition by way of a clean and circular economy, to protect human life, to restore biodiversity, and to reduce pollution. Therefore, its environmental component is as relevant and crucial as the climate and energetic objective. The loss of biodiversity and degradation of ecosystems require direct action, and the EU strategy on biodiversity for 2030 is a key pillar of the European Green Deal. The restoration of EU ecosystems will contribute to increasing biodiversity, mitigating climate change, and facilitating adaptation to climate change, as well as preventing and reducing the effects of natural disasters. The importance of nature-based solutions is clear, and they are essential to attaining the objective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We also know, and it's one of the conclusions of a struggle against the COVID-19, that the protection of nature and biodiversity is also something that will help us in protecting us against future diseases or health crises that could come up in the future. In that vein, I would like to highlight that another pillar of the Green Deal is the Circular Economy Action Plan. In the transition towards a decarbonized economy, the Circular Economy package will boost sustainable consumption, and together with a political framework of sustainable products, will guarantee sustainable sourced materials and products. These strategies will reduce the carbon footprint, and they should improve the durability, reuse, and repairability of products. It will deal with the presence of dangerous chemical substances in the products, and it will increase the energy efficiency of products and resources. Lastly, the ambition to reduce pollution to zero was announced in the Green Deal. In an environment without toxic substances, we need to guarantee the safety and sustainability of chemical substances, thus increasing health and environmental protection. The environmental health this year is one of our main objectives that will need to be included in a common struggle in order to protect human life and the planet. Therefore, I am pleased to welcome Mrs. Florica Fink-Heuger, Director General of DG Environment. The close and structured cooperation between the CoR and DG Environment will significantly help to attain the Green Deal's environmental ambitions. We need to make progress in 3 areas: nature and biodiversity, circular economy, and eliminating pollution. These are the 3 objectives on which we need to cooperate with the European Commission, DG Environment, from the local and regional authorities. The need for that closer cooperation was supported by President Tzitzikostas, as well as the Executive Vice President of the Green Deal, Mr. Timmermans, in the plenary of October 2020. We decided to work hand in hand to guarantee the implementation of the EU's biodiversity strategy, the Circular Economy Action Plan, and the Action Plan to reduce pollution to zero at local and regional level. This cooperation should be established via the improvement of the existing instruments, such as the technical platform for environmental cooperation, but also initiatives such as the Green City Accord and the Covenant of Mayors. Madam Director General, Madam Finkheucher, I look forward to hearing your view on this, and in particular how we can work together in order to guarantee the fulfillment of the Green Deal's environmental objectives. Mrs. Finkheucher, you have the floor.
Me dicen que tenemos algún...
I have been informed that we have some technical issues. Mrs. Finkheucher is not connected yet, and therefore, so as not to miss the opportunity to hear her input about this debate, we will move on to the next person in the list. We will hear now from the political groups, coordinators, and once Mrs. Finkheucher is connected, we will give her the floor. So, if you agree, we will start with Mr. Canavos, coordinator of the EPP. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. Have many powers and responsibilities. Therefore, we play a key role in delivering the projects on the ground. Based on my local experience, I would like to mention 4 ingredients for the environmental aspects of the Green Deal to be successfully implemented. First, we need to ensure policy coherence. We should develop place-based approaches and area-oriented strategies, providing concrete solutions in line with local expectations and opportunities. A good example would be a green public procurement. Second, we need adequate financial resources. I call for a full integration of environment and climate policies into the budgetary actions of the EU. I strongly regret this mismatch between the EMFF adoption and the adoption of the 8th EAP. This should improve in the future. Moreover, the Green Deal transition should be supported by both public and private investment, and more synergies at a different level of financing should be created. We also need more investment in research and innovation. We should not forget about the solidarity in terms of financing to help the regions lagging behind in the transition to low carbon, climate neutral, and biodiverse economy. Third, we needed to work together in line with an active subsidiarity, taking on board all the level of government, the European, national, regional, and local. Here, I strongly ask the director and general to push the member states to properly consult the local and regional authorities when drafting national recovery plans to ensure that the environmental and climate local aspects are taken on board. Last but not least, we also need to learn from each other and exchange best practices. Therefore, I strongly ask the Commission to strengthen the cooperation between the European Commission and the Committee of the Regions in the framework of the technical platform for cooperation in the environment and explore how to improve dialogue and information pooling. We are committed to working closely with you in a more structured manner to deliver clear benefits of ecological transition to the citizens. In terms of greener cities and municipalities, cleaner air, or more blue infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carnavos. I do believe that it's a great opportunity. We would do all that is our hands in order to improve the situation thanks to these recovery funds. I have now the following information. Mrs. Finkhoher can take the floor, I believe.
Señora Finkhoger, tiene que abrir el...
Mrs. Finkhoger, you have to press the speak button.
Parece que hay algún problema técnico.
There might be a technical problem, so in the meantime, we are going to listen to Mrs. Brigitte One. Mrs. One, are you there?
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender,
Yes, dear Chair, dear colleagues, on behalf of the SPE political group, I'd like to thank you for adding this core topic to the agenda, and I look forward to listening to Ms. Finkhoyer's explanations. For a successful climate and environmental protection in the EU, we still need stronger integration of other political areas, in particular economic and energy policies. The Green Deal is a solid basis for this. It shows us that there is an economic potential in an ecological environment, economy. The elements of the Green Deal offer perspectives for sustainable regional development. I'd like to mention one example being the circular economy. The chair spoke about it as well. The circular economy provides new business models, industrial symbiosis, and commitment of local and regional authorities to use the potential of the Green Deal. Value can be created on-site locally in our regions and cities. On that background, I'd like to appeal to the Commission to keep high ambitions in terms of avoiding waste, including a right to repair and recycling, in particular also in terms of packaging and electronic devices. The EU Commission should also further develop the circular economy and support it in our regions. And my political group also welcomes ambitious actions by the European Commission for biodiversity. In the implementation EU Biodiversity Strategy 2030, it will particularly be important this year to pay attention to determining the new legal framework for supporting biological frameworks. Swamps and moors are one of the biodiverse ecosystems. They are important carbon sinks to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. But we also know what the conflicts are in terms of land use. And I'd also like to mention the 8th Environmental Action Programme. The Green Deal has comprehensive measures which has allowed us to have a environmental program, an eighth one, that has no actions as opposed to the predecessors. But the program runs to 2030. The Green Deal only runs to 2024, however, so it might be worth checking whether the half-time review of the program cannot allow us to produce new actions in order to achieve the objectives, which are ambitious. You can see that my political group pays a lot of attention to the environment element of the Green Deal. We continue looking forward to successful cooperation and communication with the European Commission in implementing the Green Deal. Thank you for your attention.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mrs. One. Now I give the floor, I hope, to Mrs. Finkheuser. I think we have no more technical problems, so I give her the floor. Mrs. Finkheuser. Mrs. Finkheuser, General Director of DG Environment, you have the floor.
Parece que no tenemos suerte.
It seems that we are not lucky today with the connection with Mrs. Finkheuser, so we keep on listening to the members. I hope that we can connect with her soon. Now I give the floor to Mr. Frey. Mr. Frey from the Greens, you have the floor.
Sehr geehrte Frau Generaldirektorin, sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Dear Director General, dear colleagues, there's a saying in the Bible, you can tell what people mean by looking at their actions, and I think that's what we should do. We can only avoid climate crisis if we implement actions. Member states must really implement European measures and not just talk about them. In Germany, for instance, the federal government is slowing down the European climate objectives with new legal amendments. So the German government has even introduced new bureaucratic hurdles, and which avoids investment into renewable energies. There's no interest and point in complex laws that just make everything too complicated and will not allow authorities to plan any actions. We've already had 1 degree increase in global temperatures. We see the consequences of flooding, wildfires and so forth. If we have global warming that is not below 1.5%, it will have uncontrollable consequences and will affect those that did not cause the climate crisis, people who cannot protect themselves. These are people, in particular women, of the global south. Even today, 21.5 million are refugees every year because the climate change makes it no longer possible for them to have any perspectives in their home country. In the next 30 years, 200 million refugees are to be expected if we do not take action now. That's why the Green Group requests a strong EU, a strong Green Deal with high commitments and regulations, even so that national governments can no longer wiggle their way out of their own responsibilities. Dear Director General, I'd like to thank you now for your support to member states, and I think the words in terms of climate protection must be followed by actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frey. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Strelza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will speak instead of Mr. Czetowski. He wasn't able to speak, so thank you for the word. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed many of Europe's weaknesses, and the economic growth that Europe enjoyed before the crisis has turned into a downturn in all member states, and this helped us understand that our policies must pursue multiple objectives, allow for a speedy economic recovery, and deliver on our environmental objectives. Circular economy, and my colleague Honey spoke about it, circular economy is a perfect example of such multi-angled policy. And I'd like to emphasize some points as the rapporteur of the opinion on the new Circular Economy Action Plan. The period of COVID-19 has shown us how dependent we are on resources. And to reduce dependency on third parties and virgin resources, we have to strengthen security of supply by firmer organizing especially scarce and critical resources. And therefore my plea is to develop an EU resource policy platform. This will also strengthen Europe's ambition to achieve strategic autonomy. I want to underline how important the role of producers is towards a circular economy. They must have the obligation to develop products with a small planetary footprint as possible, and as far as possible avoid using virgin fossil fuel-based materials as raw materials in their production processes. And allow me to emphasize two things at last. First, when setting targets at all, but also on circular economy, the reduction of CO2 should be part of those targets. And second, as the Committee of Regions, by adopting the opinion on the action plan, has spoken, local and regional authorities have an important role in achieving a circular economy. They have important competences they can use, for instance, on buildings, spatial planning, water, and of course waste. But maybe the most important, they are close to our citizens and can accelerate awareness and action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strepsta. I see now that Mrs. Finheucher is already connected. I hope that she take the floor. Can you take the floor, Mrs. Finheucher?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I hope you now hear me, and I'm very sorry for all the hiccups because I'm not sure now whether I come in the right moment, but I tried to connect. Is it all right if I now start a little bit with our introduction? Is that the right moment for you? I don't hear.
Sí, es perfecto. Adelante.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's perfect. Go ahead.
And again, really my apologies for all this hiccups, but I am actually very grateful that I have the possibility to speak to you because obviously, not only because I'm new Director General, I wanted to reach out to you, but also because I really cherish very much your role, and I do know that we can't do anything on environmental policy without teaming up with the Committee of the Region, and I know very much how much you are a very important partner for us and how the local and regional level has to be mobilized in order to really come to a green transition. And because you don't know me, allow me just to say a few words to make you understand that I'm really genuine what I'm saying, because very much early in my career, I worked in the cabinet of a commissioner for regional policy. And that really marked me throughout also my career in the Commission, because I was aware how important the two institutions have to work together. But also in a more recent past, I worked a lot on resilience building, but also on civil protection. And there it is very clear on disaster risk management how absolutely important it is to work closely with the local and regional level. And I saw the power and the resilience, but also the first line response that actually always the regional level has to deliver. And now I'm as new DG responsible for the new DG responsible for environmental policy, and clear again here we have to team up. We can't do anything if you don't have the belief in the Green Deal, and if you will not work with us on making this green transition take root. It is really in your constituencies, in the cities, in the local regional level, that this has to be understood. Now, I know that DG Environment has, of course, always worked very much together with you, and I'm very happy if I can continue on this path. And if I may say so, I also look forward to come in person to the Committee of the Region as soon as this is possible. Now, let me perhaps, you allowed me to say a few words on our work program, and then we would have an exchange. But I would like to start very briefly to also walk you through of some of the deliverables of last year, just in order to see how does it match of what we are doing now this year. And of course, I will be brief because I'm aware that you know it. But the Green Deal was conceived before the pandemic hit us. And we were really afraid that it would take away all the focus and that, again, green policies would become a little bit the nice to have when we have time for it objective. And I think the opposite happened. And as you can see, especially also in the financial architecture, which is always very important also for the local and regional level, the financial architecture in the MFF, in the RRF, does respond to the Green Deal, and therefore the focus was not lost. On the contrary, I think it was clear that we need to use the crisis to accelerate to a more sustainable, a more regenerative economic model, so as to have a future for all generations to come. And therefore, in a space of a few months, and despite the confinement that is a difficult issue for all of us, DG Environment came forward under the leadership of Commissioner Sinkevičius to come forward with the Circular Economy Action Plan, the Biodiversity Strategy 2030, so a real clear target, the Farm to Fork Strategy, and also the most recently the Chemical Strategy for Sustainability. And all these proposals, obviously also batteries and other things, chemicals, also will help the EU to take a more firm stand globally and introduce also a bit of a different geopolitical dimension into it. On that the Green Deal, we all know it, we can have great ideas here in Europe, but it's one planet and it will only work if others at least are inspired by us and follow partly, perhaps even accelerate as the US is now doing, but also China is taking it up and many, many other third countries. But coming back to us, it means we have to walk the talk, we have to also lead by example, and we have to show that it is possible. As I said, the Green Deal has become also the compass for the EU recovery plan. And very important, I think, for both our institutions is that there was a very conscious choice to put the climate target, but also biodiversity and the green target in the overall big package. And that not only in the MFF and in the general EU budget and the funds, but very much also in the Next Generation EU, because it is for the next generation. And wherever we go, whether it is in structural funds, InvestEU and other things, the do no significant harm mantra will be guiding us. And that's important because it's not only for the green recovery issues and the green targets, but also for the more traditional ones. But I think we see it eye to eye because Vice President Timmermans and the President, you both committed already to accelerate the delivery. Now, what are the important new initiatives? Because clearly the Green Deal cannot happen on the ground without improving on the energy efficiency of buildings, without developing sustainable transport. Batteries is there important, but also protecting natural habitats and diminishing pollution. So this is also guiding us now in 2021. But clearly, we also have to look now at partly implementation. Compliance comes always, but also we have to negotiate with the co-legislators what we have put on the table. we have a few key milestones. And the first one of, I think, importance and of interest to you as Committee of the Region will be the Zero Pollution Action Plan. Because it's an action plan that looks at air, water, and soil, and all types of pollution, and it is really a very complementary framework under the European Green Deal. It has an importance because here we speak about health. We'll also have the Health Summit upcoming, the World Health Summit, and we would probably try to come up more or less, perhaps a little bit after the World Summit in May, out with our proposal. It is an ambitious action plan, but I think the health of the European citizen is what you probably cater for most. And we do know that environmental pollution is a major cause for illness in Europe. And for instance, air pollution is always a big issue, has caused or is causing up to 400,000 premature deaths each year in Europe. So pollution is relating to environmental health, but also human health. And that nexus, I think, is what also our President, Ms. von der Leyen, is putting up forward very much. And we can and should do a better job in reducing that pollution, especially now in the post-COVID situation. We know that there are costs involved, but there are also costs of not investing in curbing pollution. And these costs are, of course, important for you as well in your constituencies because there are major burdens also on health budgets and so on, and linking to social justice, because often it is the poorest who suffer most from the effects of pollution. And I think this is a link that we have to explain better, and I count on you as well to help us there, that there is also a business case, if I may say so. It's not only the moral and the environmental high ground that we are talking here, but it is actually a business case and a health case, which is behind the attempt to go to zero pollution and to reduce pollution production, but also the consumption process. Speaking about consumption process, we will also come at the end of the year forward with what we will call a sustainable product initiative, so as to make sure that what is put on the market is designed from the start to have a lower environmental impact. And that links very much, obviously, to circular economy. I think for you, as Committee of the Region, the forest strategy will be a very interesting proposal. It's also on its way. Linked to it is, of course, also the soil strategy coming a little bit later, but the effective preservation of our forest, afforestation, but also, as I said, forest preservation, restoration, avoiding further degradation, going into sustainable ways of forest management, but also activities within forests, like ecotourism, is something which we really need to look at. And that links very much also to the overall interest of preserving and protecting land and water in Europe as a region. And you know that we have a high ambitious targets of 30% land protected, 30% water protected as a region. So the soil strategy links to that as well, because we of course have degradation, and as some of you know, that leads to disasters, and therefore is important for a better resilience and also therefore for better climate adaptation and mitigation. When I speak about forest strategy, we also will have a external part to that, which is so-called deforestation and forest degradation initiative. It's a legislative proposal, and it would aim as avoiding that products enter the market, the European market, which have been linked to deforestation. That is, but I'm saying it because, of course, third countries will look very much of what we are doing inside with our forest strategy and what we consider for sustainable forest management. So there is a certain link, certainly also in the public mind and also in how we will be judged. Very important for us all will be the Biodiversity Summit, hopefully in Kunming in China at the end of the year. I had this morning, I was participating in a high-level dialogue between EVP Timmermans and the Vice Premier Minister in China. We have two big international organizations or summits this year, in Glasgow and on climate change, but also in Kunming on biodiversity. So this is a very decisive year for us all to make headways and to set targets for the future. So that's quite important. And again, I have to say we have to all rally behind what we wanted to say and what we did put out under the biodiversity strategy, because that's the ambition that we also want then to push up a bit more globally, and we must therefore rally behind, and I count very much on you. And that brings me to how we could and do already cooperate. I know that there are many actions where you are very a trusted supporter, but also a multiplier for us, but also giving us feedback and saying certain things are not as easy as perhaps we presented. I mentioned already the Zero Pollution Action Plan. Here the consultation, by the way, is still open. So please use it as well. And you might have heard that we were thinking of perhaps teaming up really with the Committee of the Region as perhaps becoming the host of a platform for a stakeholder platform for the Zero Pollution Action Plan, because I think zero pollution, this is the closest to regions, to cities. And of course, we have to really team up as regards the recovery plans. I would be very interesting to hear from your side later on, perhaps, how this is working, how much influence you have in the national plans. Ultimately, it always has to be implemented at the regional level or local level. We did, from our side, from environment, did a lot in order to broaden also the investment mix. And there is no, and that will have repercussions also in the regional funding, because we do know a lot of very intense and costly investments in waste and water management are needed and would help regions to also come out on some or come out better as regards compliance with some of their keys. So we really tried to convince that this is contributing very much to the green objectives. And I think this is again an area where we probably see eye to eye, but have mutual interest. So I would be really very interested now to listen to you on your views. What are your expectations? How we can team up, and also what we can contribute together. So I would leave it at this, if it is possible.
Gracias, señora Finhofer.
Thank you, Mrs. Finhofer. It was a pleasure listening to you and to see that you are starting your mandate in the DG Environment. I had the chance to cooperate with DG Environment as the environmental person in charge in the Andalusian government, and had the chance to cooperate in very interesting projects in the field of environment. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Griffois in order to finish the first round of interventions. We will have some spare time if you want to take the floor after Ms.
Dear Mrs. Fink-Hoyer, colleagues, while the Green Deal covers a wide range of areas, I would like to focus on circular economy, which is indeed one of the main priorities. Circular economy has indeed huge potential, as it can deliver long-term environmental and economic benefits, reducing emissions while improving competitiveness and create new jobs. Regions and cities are ideally placed to drive the transition to a circular economy. They hold core responsibilities in key sectors such as transport and waste, as well as well as on urban planning. Many of them are test bed for innovation and have already embraced the challenge. Circle Flanders, for instance, the main hub of Flemish circular economy together with other cities across the European Union, are joining forces to support the transition. They have set clear goals, integrated circularity in urban planning, procurement, design framework, and incentives to encourage secondary material markets, repair and reuse schemes. They are monitoring their performance. In Flanders, where 30 to 40% of waste comes from construction, we also launched a Green Deal for buildings, where companies, local and regional authorities, researchers and other organizations work together to make circular construction a daily reality. Why I'm saying this? Because in order to make a Green Deal a success, cities and regions must be at the center of the recovery process. The next generation European Union, the funding instrument which is supposed to deliver the transition on the ground, is highly centralized. Circular economy strategies can be applied everywhere, but they can materialize in very different ways depending on local context. Top-down approach does not work. We welcome the European Commission initiative on circular cities and regions, and we trust the forthcoming legislation will promote a bottom-up approach, enshrining sustainability and recyclability principles across key value chains, and we count on you to further support tools to promote transfer of knowledge between cities. Along this line, in the opinion on Green Deal, I was a rapporteur, we demand that local authorities are systematically involved in policy making and definition of plans. We call for more opportunities for cities to get direct access to funding. Eventually, it will be regions and cities implementing the actions. And third, we believe it's important to measure Green Deal implementation at the local level. On this final point, and I come to my conclusion, I'm glad the Commission is proposing stronger monitoring and review process in the 8th Environmental Action Programme to track implementation. I would like to propose that we work together to develop a regional scoreboard, subnational indicators to measure and monitor the impacts and implementation of the Green Deal legislation and financing at a regional level. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Griffois.
Thanks very much, Mr. Griffois. Mr. Markula, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Madam Finkoyer, it's really great to have you here contributing to us, and especially I would like to start when you asked, let's say, our interest on the as the COR hosting the zero pollution platform, because that is a big challenge. And as you already personally you pointed out, your experience with the work on the regional level. So we, with our activities at the local and regional level, we can convince you that we are really very eager, especially now. 5 years ago would have been quite different, but now the cities and city-driven regions are really eager to take the innovator role and kind of trailblazers role on tackling all these Green Deal issues. And on that, so as we are now forming our own network of Committee of the Region ambassadors to operate on this, so we want to bring our best experiences, good practices, not only what we can do in our own city or region, but what we can do to support the others, how we can conceptualize the activities. And I'm especially keen on the how to deepen this collaboration, because at the local level we can really bring our industry to play a concrete role, industry together with our universities and research centers, and that brings that we are operating all the time at the forefront of the latest development. And that for sure, it's not only that do it in one city or one region only, but that's our joint effort. And as we have highlighted in our recent opinions, I was the rapporteur on the opinion on the climate adaptation request of the German presidency, and there's many ongoing, let's say, implementation activities based on that. So we are really eager to share all those practices. And as you mentioned as well, the big major global events COP in Glasgow and the biodiversity event in China. So, of course, they are the ones that we, as the Committee of the Region, we want to be actively engaged with. And we, especially if we think about COP26, so we would like to make that a concrete event where the local level, together with industry, is showcasing what we can do in real terms. So it's not only the issue that the media takes that there is only little progress in the negotiation between the parties, but especially the city and other local level activities. We are making very good concrete progress so that we can use this, let's say, lessons learned during the COVID period, so that we are not returning back to the old normal, but creating something very, very, let's say, concrete, integrating green and digital. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor Markula.
Thanks, Mr. Markula. Mr. Brewer, you have the floor.
Señor Brewer.
Mr. Brewer? We cannot hear you, I'm afraid. Let's try now.
And now? You hear me now?
Perfecto, ahora sí.
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
This is my micro was shut down. Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, dear Ms. Fink Hoyer, for being with us today after we met during the 2000 award ceremony. I'm happy to hear you again today. I think what I heard from you, your energy, your ideas, your initiatives, you will have a heavy match to do in the next upcoming months and years, but you agree with me that today we are confronted with three major worldwide problems, crises. That's first of all the COVID-19 pandemic, that's climate change and loss of biodiversity. If I see that what we see succeeded as a worldwide community after a year or 15 months with the SARS-CoV-2 virus, we have now seeing the end of the tunnel. If I see with climate problems, with climate subject, with biodiversity, after the Rio summit, we're still 40 years ahead of that, and we still have no so positive momentum. I think that the climate change seems to be common recognized problem for all our citizens, but biodiversity is too often treated like an orphan subject. And I'm happy that both of you, dear Juan Espadas and you, Ms. Fink Hoyer, had to put biodiversity on the same level than climate change. So if we can succeed with the Green Deal, to have all the energy and resources we had produced for combating Corona, if we can lose all these resources and energy for climate change and biodiversity, we will have a very great step forward in this subject, seeing that the United States with Joe Biden's coming back to the Paris Agreement with the Green Deal and all the initiatives inherent to the Green Deal, I can say that the road is paved up to COP26 and COP15. And especially COP15, biodiversity, I hope that in Kunming, if it will be in Kunming, we can have also this Paris momentum for biodiversity. So let's work together. And I'm very happy to hear from you that you realized that we could be and we will be a good partner as cities and regions, because if we succeed as convincing and raising awareness and acceptance with our citizens, we can take them along, and with our citizens being behind such decisions needed for COP26, COP15, we will, as politicians, be much stronger working on this direction. So thanks for all I heard today of you, and for your energy and initiatives and ideas to come up to have success in biodiversity and climate change. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, señor Bigwer.
Thanks very much, Mr. Biwa. Mrs. Marie Maupertuis asked for the floor. You have the floor.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam, for your intervention. That was very encouraging indeed. And obviously we share that common vision as regards sustainable development. I would just like to go back to the issue that you'd mentioned as regards ecotourism and sustainable ecotourism. We know that this is an essential component for economic activity in Europe. The crisis showed us that very clearly, and we know that tourism does generate different types of pollution because of too much intensity of visitors in the one place, and this can take its toll on the ecosystem and natural ecosystems, and this obviously threatens biodiversity, and all of these aspects are affected. And so I think it should be possible to basically build on new basis of touristic practices and to basically promote more ecologically positive tourism. All of this should be done in the vein of protecting the environment, and we should still be able to relaunch our tourism industry at the same time and to create new job possibilities within the field of tourism. How can we do all of this? Well, through the different elements that have been presented already by my colleagues. We can mobilise the circular economy and tourism in the destination countries, whether these are cities or other types of destinations, whether they are beach resorts or wherever. And we can see that this has to be a transition, and we have to include citizens, whether this be the host population or tourists themselves, who should obviously contribute as well to that movement, that general movement in favour of biodiversity and the respect for ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there are no further remarks before giving the floor back to Mrs. Finhofer, I would like to add that, just as you've said, the protection of biodiversity and ecosystems provides a great opportunity for the rural area in order to maintain the population and to promote their economy. So it's crucial that we keep our investments in biodiversity and environmental protection throughout the whole territory, because it's a source of income for the rural environment, and it's very much needed. At the same time, Mrs. Finhofer mentioned this, in order to achieve our objectives as regards the zero pollution ambition, we need to invest in infrastructure, in the waste management projects. We need to keep supporting local and regional authorities so as to improve waste treatment facilities and infrastructure. And as well as waste management in general, together with the Circular Economy Action Plan. In that sense, the business community that is growing together with the green economy needs to keep working on this. We need to keep investing in all this and provide the environmental sector to generate green employment so that we can have the support of the citizens, as you mentioned. Mrs. Finkhofer, I will give you the floor again so as to conclude this debate and maybe react to the members' proposals.
Thank you very much. I think I am now on. Just always checking. Thank you very much. And I must say, I'm heartened by the way you reacted and also to see how much this really resonates with you, but also is occupying and preoccupying actually your own citizen. And as you said, and many of you have said, we have to walk this road together. I will briefly react on the different interventions, if you allow, starting with Mr. Andries, where you very much, from the Flanders perspective, explained what you have as best practice, and how you do address the way under the urban planning and so on. You mentioned in particular the 8th Environmental Action Plan, which we have proposed. Now it is being negotiated. And you suggested, what about a regional scoreboard? And indeed, we have the 8th Environmental Action Plan is basically to check on where we are, what are the big trends, but really on headline goals, where do we are on the road and achieving the Green Deal. And one of the centerpieces would be then a monitoring framework. I do admit it is not part of the legislative proposal, but it is something on which we would work, because we also don't want to now overburden our counterparts with yet another elements of reporting. We do have an enormous amount of indicators and reports, but we want to put it with different headline indicators just to see how it's matching. I think the idea of the regional scoreboard, I will take note. It could be there. It could also be in the EIR, where we also have that, where we do also compare between member states on the compliance part, on the investment part. But basically what you're saying, it is important to go down on the more regional level. I worked with scoreboards in the past. I think it's not bad, because it's not necessarily to lift others up who might be a bit lower in the scoreboard, but also to exchange best practice and to see that it is doable and to give confidence that it is not unrealistic. And therefore, thank you very much for that idea. Now, Mr. Maku, you mentioned in particular the Zero Pollution Action Plan and the importance for citizens. And I listened very well. I also think, indeed, cities are trailblazers, and there are really beautiful examples across Europe. Some very much advanced, others, having to get the courage. But it's also a question of means. One has to say it. But it ultimately is, of course, your electorate who will be pushing for it. So I'm agreeing with this, that this sharing of best practice is important. And I think it's a very good idea to say that we also have to showcase that in the around the summits. Yes, of course, it's a very high-level political discussion, but it does concern, in the end, the citizen, the regions, and the territories themselves. So lessons learned, best practices should definitely be exchanged. And also that I will take home. I found that very good. Mr. Beaver, you mentioned biodiversity. You're right. It took a long time for climate change to sink in, to be understood by everybody. And I think now, unfortunately, and as regions, you are the most exposed with the fallout from climate change in disasters and be it droughts, be it floods, be it whatever, it has been clear for everybody that there is a change and we have to stop it if we want to not have it worse. So you're absolutely right. We are not with biodiversity on par, but I think more and more people understand, indeed, as you are saying, that both are intrinsically linked. I mean, I can curb as much as I want the emissions, industrial emissions, and going down in energy consumption, which is absolutely crucial for us in order to become carbon neutral. But if at the same time I neglect the natural carbon sinks, the oceans full of microplastic, or the forest, or wetland peatlands, and you have all these natural habits in your constituencies, in your regions, then we can go as much down on these emissions, then we have another problem on the other side. And I think this is something which is now being understood. And I have to say that even in the Commission, it's becoming a bit Chefsache, if I may say so. And if you have listened or heard a bit the occasion to listen to President von der Leyen in Davos, she was precisely saying that. I mean, this nexus between the two, we cannot reach one without the other. And again, as I said, the third countries are recognizing this as well. Indeed, President Biden had immediately made very important announcements regarding climate change, but they also announced that they would protect 30% of land, 30% of water in the United States, which is totally what we also propose under our biodiversity strategy, and which we are now discussing with China as well. So that is a biodiversity target, if you want. And I think it is not a coincidence that all big global powers now look at biodiversity at the same time when they look at climate change. So again, I think it is very important that we see the regional level in that. And that links very much to with what Mr. Marcoux was saying. Madame Maupertuis, vous avez parlé de l'écotourisme. Effectivement.
Madam Patry, you spoke about ecotourism, and that is obviously a priority for us as well. And I think that the importance of ecotourism and nature for all of our citizens, especially at the moment in the current pandemic, is going to become ever more pressing. And you are totally right in everything you've said. The tourism sector has taken a nosedive, and we know that ecotourism, green tourism within Europe could have the potential to help us here in that recovery. And what's more, I think that this could also fit in with the context of the forest strategy. And we should think about how we're going to be able to use these natural areas that need to be protected, so as to say, look, we can have certain activities taking place there. Just in any which way, we have to make sure that they meet certain criteria to respect the environment. We have to control these, but we still have to allow the industry to grow, to flourish, people to be able to go there to visit and to contribute by their doing so to this ecotourism that we want to boost and foster. And I think it's what the President said, you know, it's how are we going to be able to drive this investment, this funding into the protection of ecosystems? And I think obviously that's the million-dollar question.
Us at this moment, at this juncture, what will be in the national resilience and recovery plans is of key importance, because we do know, yes, certain known infrastructure projects will come up, but the financial architecture now is geared also to meet the green EDG. That means we do have to invest certain percentages into the greening and climate change targets. And here, as I said, we were very happy, but we also pushed together with the Parliament, I think with a lot of people from member states as well, to make clear that investments in, for instance, waste management and in water management facilities is absolutely contributing to these green targets. Because if we do continue with pollution, I mean, it has a degrading effect on the ecosystems and on the natural habitats, which again then are lost as carbon sinks. So I think that was finally understood, and that's why when you see in the monitoring, but also in the guidance notes, there are different tracking systems now proposed. It is a bit a combination of the climate tracking and taxonomy, and it has been enlarged. And I do hope that you in the regions will be given that option and the possibility, and your voices will be heard when at national level these plans are designed, that what you bring forward as relevant infrastructure investments, which have a bearing and implement an impact on less pollution, less degradation, better health for our citizens, will be taken up. And I really would like to encourage you on that path, because that's what we need. That's all I can say at this moment. And as I said, I'm really happy to come back whenever it's possible, also in person, to speak to the committee next time. And the commission, of course, the ENVE commission, but I meant the committee of the region. So thank you very much for giving me the time today to speak to you.
Gracias, señora Finhofer, por su...
Thank you, Mrs. Finhofer, for your input and your analysis and your cooperation with the Commission and the Committee of the Regions. Mr. Chauvet asked for the floor. I guess that you would like to mention something as regards to this point.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Just a few words just to say that I listened very attentively to your intervention, and it's with huge satisfaction that I'd like to just underline 2 points. The fact that you've been able to roll out the strategy for us so easily. You know, obviously the forest region, in my case, in my region in France, is something that's of deep concern to us as citizens, and I think that we do need to have a management that is responsible and that considers all different types of use of the forests so that they're sustainable, especially in terms of tourism and biodiversity. I would like to say that I was very satisfied indeed, and I very much welcome the proposal that the CoR has been making for a long time now on the regional level, and this is a subject that I'd already worked on, and we're going to continue working on the strategy 2030 for this 55% reduction. And that's why we'd really like to set up this race, if you like, between the different regions so that we can get to a common regulatory framework on the different regulations we'd like to bring in. And so I think that from the local level, members of the Commission would like to talk about the subsidiarity principle, which is going to be important, and we're going to have to roll this out on the ground with the different groups that are concerned and the relevant principles. We obviously can't substitute states or substitute legislation that's national and relevant, but we have to make sure that we're still on the right path towards this green transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chauvet, also for your intervention. And now we are going to talk about the last item regarding the opinions. We are going to start the debate on the 8th Environmental Action Programme. It is today's first opinion to be discussed, and the rapporteur is Mr. Carnavos. The opinion will be approved during the next plenary on the 3rd and 5th of February. Now I invite the rapporteur, Mr. Carnavos, to take the floor for a maximum of 5 minutes. Mr. Carnavos, you have the floor.
Αγαπητέ Πρόεδρε, δεν έχω πληροφορία.
Dear Mr. President, I'm not aware whether Mrs. O'Sullivan is connected, who's the rapporteur of the European Parliament. Dear colleagues, it is a great honor for me to participate as rapporteur of the Committee of the Regions in the establishment of the 8th Environment Action Programme, a programme that, together with all previous environment programs from the early 1970s, has played a crucial role in EU environmental policy making. As you know, today more than ever, the challenges that our planet faces are of unprecedented scale and urgency. They require immediate and coordinated action in all sectors and all directions. In view of such requirements, it is worth highlighting the important benefits of the EU environmental policies, achieving not only to not affect its competitiveness, but to also allow the EU to set new and more ambitious goals and create more integrated strategies, leading to an increasingly more efficient reduction of the environmental pressures. However, the environmental protection policy requires us to be continuously alert and assume further decisive actions both in and out of the EU. Let us not forget that the loss of biodiversity and degradation of ecosystem services, climate change, the unsustainable use of resources, the continuous degradation of water and land resources, the increase of waste produced, the use of chemical substances and its impact on human health, they're still here and they continue to pose significant risks for everyone. Allow me to refer to the architecture of the new environment programme. With just 6 articles, when the previous one contained 106, it seems that the role of the 8th programme is different, owing to the already approved EU Green Deal, as well as its current significance. It is clear, therefore, that it will play a strong complementary role to that of the EU Green Deal, supporting the objectives for the environment and the climate set by the European Commission. The 8th Environment Action Programme focuses on the implementation on all levels of governance as well as its monitoring. It is a legally binding text that will safeguard the joint responsibility and the joint journey towards achieving sustainability until 2030, guided, however, by the long-term objective for 2050. It will support the green recovery that the European Commission is trying to achieve through its long-term orientation, as well as achieving the environmental objectives set out also by the EU Green Deal. As far as its structure is concerned, it includes 6 priority objectives. The first 2 concern the policy on climate, the ability to adjust and reducing the vulnerability to climate change. The next 3 correspond essentially to the 3 main environmental priorities of the EU Green Deal. And the last one, the broadest one, concerns other policy areas. The main issues approached by the draft opinion are the following. First, the response to the inadequate implementation of environmental policies and legislation. It looks at issues such as the technical platforms, environmental education and the need to implement day-to-day environmental actions, environmental justice, the Aarhus Convention, and the Ambassador's Institution for the Promotion of the Implementation of Environmental Legislation. On the effective implementation, the need of promoting the principles of proportionality and subsidiarity is stressed, and particularly the need for vertical cooperation on all levels. Second, ensuring the full involvement and the cooperation with local and regional authorities in all dimensions of environmental policy making through the collaborative and multi-level governance approach. Third, the need for better interconnectivity among the various environmental policies and for promoting investment in green sectors for green recovery. Fourth, the need for greater promotion of the interconnectivity between environmental protection and human health. The COVID-19 pandemic faced by the EU and the entire planet has made apparent the importance of a healthy environment for safeguarding human health. Fifth, the need for promoting further typologies beyond urban and rural areas. Rural, coastal, mountainous and other areas have a particular dynamic and interesting local environmental characteristics. Six, the need for a new monitoring mechanism taking into account the local and regional authorities in the collection and use of data related to the implementation of environmental policies. Seven, the significance of promoting a rewarding system on a European, national, regional and local level, creating added value for the society, for the citizens and the businesses in order for them to increase their efforts and their involvement in environmental protection. 8, the significant role of good lawmaking for the effective response based on the principle of do not harm. I would like to thank my expert, Alexandros Iatrou, for his determining role in this opinion, as well as Stefano Panoccio and all the other colleagues from the ENVE Secretariat. I would also like to thank Agnieszka Bitinska from the EPP Secretariat and Katerina Karavola, the coordinator of the Greek delegation, for their important contribution. Big thank you to the organizations for the very interesting and constructive discussions carried out during the bilateral meetings, as well as those who sent their views and positions as part of the written consultation process. I would like to assure you that I have tried to integrate all interesting proposals, either as amendments or political suggestions. Finally, I wish that the 8th Environmental Action Programme becomes an effective and high-level strategy tool that will guide environmental policy making, and it will act as a design tool and will ensure the continuity in environmental policy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karnavos. Now, our guest speaker, Grace O'Sullivan, has the floor. She is member of the European Parliament and rapporteur of the ENVE Commission on the General Environment Action Programme of the European Union for 2030. She has now the floor.
Parece que tenemos algo.
It seems that we have a technical problem with Mrs. O'Sullivan.
Si me pueden confirmar.
Could anyone confirm me from the technical department if we have Mrs. O'Sullivan connected to the platform?
Yes.
Bueno, mientras...
Well, in the meantime, if some of the members wish to take the floor, they may do so. And I give the floor to Mr. Bewer. Mr. Bewer, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear Chair. Yes, I wanted to congratulate Mr. Carnavas for this excellent opinion. What was not so an easy job, seeing that from the 17th EAP to the 18th Environmental Action Plan, the Commission has published his Green Deal that took over quite a lot of ideas, initiatives, and demands we could formulate in the 8th, or could have formulated in the 8th Environmental Action Plan. So Mr. Carnavas made a good job in pointing out what is important for us in the future action plan. I wanted just to take the floor to give some further information about the two amendments we postulated. It's Amendment 14, where I think it's important that as we co-signed a political cross-cutting coalition of members from all groups of our Committee of the Regions, it's important to recall the importance of strengthening the COR technical platform for cooperation on environment. And I think it's very important that this tool should not be lost in the 8th Environmental Action Plan, because as we just minutes ago discussed also with DG
No sé qué ha pasado con la intervención del señor Bewer.
I don't know what happened with the intervention of Mr. Bewer. We will see if we can connect with him right now. Mr. Bewer, are you there?
Señor Bewer.
Mr. Bewer, your connection was interrupted. Can you continue, please? Can you conclude? Mr. Bewer, your connection was interrupted. Could you continue, please?
Señor Bewer, tiene la palabra para...
Mr. Bewer, you have in order to finish your intervention.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Just to say a last word about our Amendment 33, where we would be happy if we could vote for this amendment. It's aiming at reinforcing the reference of the Aarhus Convention, strengthening the EU system of access to justice. It's important to us, and I think most members should see it like that. And as I said, Amendment 14, we would like to see the bonds with ENVE Commission of the Parliament to be as strong as possible, as we just said moments ago with DG ENVE, Mrs. Fink Hoyer. So if we could vote for Amendment 14 and 33, we would be very happy. But congratulations to Mr. Carnavas for his excellent job he did with this opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bewer, and apologies for the interrupt. Now I think that Mr. is connected, so I give her the floor. Mrs. O'Sullivan, you may speak.
No. Press speak to speak.
Señora O'Sullivan, adelante.
Mrs. O'Sullivan?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Firstly, my apologies. So I'll just kick off straight away. Thank you very, very much for the opportunity to speak with you here today. And thank you to the chair, and thank you to Mr. Carnovus for his opinion. And I'm very pleased to have this exchange of views. And I'd like to start by talking about the context, both the context we find ourselves in from an ecological perspective and the context of the proposal for this 8th EAP. It is important to remember we are in the midst of a climate and biodiversity emergency as well as a global pandemic. And we know from numerous reports that we have a small window of opportunity during this next decade to firmly set ourselves on the right course and implement actions we know we must take for the survival of the planet and humanity. And the context in which I'm looking at this is existential. It's our survival. The second is the area, the context of the proposal of this 8th EAP. And for the first time, we have the European Green Deal in parallel to the Environment Action Programme. And this has understandably changed the shape of this proposed 8th EAP, as was formerly said. The way I see it, the 8th EAP, which is a decision that binds all 3 institutions and member states, it encompasses the European Green Deal. But we must remember the European Green Deal is a communication from the current Commission. And because of the many actions and targets outlined in the European Green Deal, the objectives of the 8th EAP are broader than previous EAPs. And this actually is something I'm not proposing to change. I have, however, made some amendments to the thematic objectives, for example, by introducing the concept of a sustainable well-being economy. And one of the amendments in your own draft opinion states the need for human health, a healthy planet, a healthy economy, and a healthy society, which provides opportunities for all. So in my view, a sustainable well-being economy which operates within the planetary boundaries and honors the commitment of leaving no one behind captures this approach. In the Commission's proposal, they outlined the conditions necessary to achieve the 8th EAP objectives. And I've added more conditions in this section, including some related to improved regulation, the need for further scientific research on areas like those planetary boundaries, and better access to information for all stakeholders. Nevertheless, a list of conditions only has added value if those conditions are reached. So I have therefore added a new paragraph with a list of concrete actions to be taken to ensure the conditions are achieved. Because after all, this is an action program. Examples here are the development of new tools for environmental impact assessment, which I know you have also in your draft amendments. Also the development of beyond GDP indicators and an obligation to consider the cost of inaction when proposing new policies and evaluating existing ones. Regarding the monitoring framework, which I welcome, my draft report stresses the need to monitor systemic transformation. I also strongly feel the monitoring, it should be meaningful and it should be impactful. This should not just be a process in which annual reports sit on the shelf gathering dust. Instead, we need to make sure that monitoring is regularly discussed at all levels and that additional measures and actions are identified if we see we're not reaching the targets we've set fast enough. And we have to remember the aim of the EAP is to accelerate the Union's transition to a climate neutral, resource efficient, clean, circular economy in a just and inclusive way. So finally, Chair, I'll be calling for a midterm review and an obligation on the next Commission to present the actions it plans to propose and implement between 2025 and 2030 in order to ensure that the 8th EAP's objectives are fully achieved. So thank you very much for your patience, Chair, and I look forward to hearing some reactions and thoughts from all of you out there in the regions. And I'm aware your opinion is required this Thursday, so my team are available to you if you need any other considerations after this engagement. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mrs. O'Sullivan, for your words. Mrs. Scholten wanted to take the floor, so I give it to Mrs. Scholten.
Parece que no está en línea en este momento. Le doy.
It seems that she's offline, so I give the floor to Mrs. Power.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sí, yes.
Sorry, Mrs. Scholten has experienced difficulties with her laptop, so she's unable to speak. So I'm going to speak for her instead. So thank you, Mrs. O'Sullivan, Mr. Canavos, and Mr. Chair. And a big hello to Mrs. O'Sullivan from Ireland. Lovely to see you again, albeit virtually. So the 8 EAP identifies more effective implementation as a key priority. This is important since the state of the European environment and other reports show progress in environmental issues is hampering because of implementation issues. We Greens welcome the emphasis in the report on the healthy living approach. It calls for well-designed integral strategies to improve our environment with a conscious contribution to better health. And we would like to add health for all. People in vulnerable situations are hit hardest by environmental hazards. Local authorities are in the best position to design actions that are inclusive. We strongly support the point being made by Ms. O'Sullivan of working towards toxic-free circular economy, bearing in mind our planetary boundaries. And these planetary boundaries call for these to be translated into national and regional boundaries to inform future policy making. An effective EAP calls for integrated rather than one-issue approaches. For example, to improve air quality, local governments can take targeted actions in mobility, spatial planning, and citizen participation. But we also need more stringent norms for vehicles. The EAP should propose an integrated approach, create synergies between the ambition timelines, implementation procedures, and tools of different environment and climate policies. To address environmental issues, bearing in mind our planetary boundaries, realistic but ambitious cross-sectoral action is needed. The EAP should enable local authorities to create synergies and targeted actions. For instance, in special planning, adding also the important enabling conditions of education, citizens' participation. Local authorities are in an excellent position to put this into action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Now that we have finished with all the interventions, I would like to hear Mr. Carnavos again. I don't know if he wants to add anything else. Mrs. O'Sullivan or Mr. Carnavos. Mr. Carnavos, are you there?
Κύριε Πρόεδρε, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. O'Sullivan and all the colleagues for their observations. it is obvious that I will start with the first colleague who proposed some amendments, and both 14 and 34, and the technical platform which has to constitute the point of cooperation of the Committee of Regions with the Commission. I, as a rapporteur, am positive about them. I have accepted them, and I believe Mrs. Power made some points which I think we all agree. The pandemic has shown that we must leave no one behind. Through the 8th program and the European agreement, we have to approach a healthy way of living, which has to be on the basis of all the EU policies, so that we have health both for citizens and the planet, but also a healthy economy and society which provides opportunities to everyone. And I believe that the opinion also shows that we must have a stronger link between health issues and the environment, and this is particularly necessary to advance into a more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carnavos. I don't know if Mrs. O'Sullivan wants to add anything else. If this is not the case, we would finish the debate. But if Mrs. O'Sullivan wants to take the floor, I will give her the floor. Mrs. O'Sullivan? It is not the case. O'Sullivan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the engagement. And by all accounts, I support the words of the Lord Mayor, Councillor Una Power, in terms of an integrated approach, and that is very much my intention. And for that reason, I'm very much looking forward to hearing your own opinion, Chair, and all of your members from around the regions, because it's critically important. We're all in this together. We're all in this planet Earth boat, and the only way we're going to have success is if we all work very much together on this in terms of governance and in terms of the planetary boundaries, and recognizing that if we don't live within the planetary boundaries, and if we don't recognize that the living conditions of all people in the European Union and beyond within the planet have to be taken on board with regard to how we accelerate to reach the long-term objective of carbon neutrality by 2050. So, Chair, thank you very, very much, and I'm looking forward to seeing your report. And just in terms of timeline, I'm putting in my report today, and then we have until the 3rd of March for the amendments. And then we're hoping that we'll have political groups. I'll be meeting with shadows and political groups between March and May, and then we're hoping the committee will vote. The vote will take place in May, the vote will take place in plenary in June. So once again, Chair, thank you very, very much for this engagement.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, Mrs. O'Sullivan. This is a especially attractive topic in order to collaborate between all parties, the ENVE Commission, the Committee of the Regions, and the European Parliament. So we think that we will go to the final report with many comments that we will send you. Now we are gonna stop for the lunch break. We'll be back at 2:30 sharp. So please be punctual, because the agenda is very intense for this afternoon. Thank you very much also for the interpreters, and we will see us back at 2:30.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Let's reconvene the meeting with the afternoon session of the ENVE Commission. We will start by analyzing the opinion on the renovation wave for Europe, the greening of our buildings, creating jobs, improving lives. The second opinion that will be debated today is that of Mr. Rossi. The opinion is pending approval at today's Commission's meeting. Mr. Rossi, if you're ready, I will now give you the floor for a maximum of 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear Mr. Rossi. I'm sorry, I cannot hear.
Mr. Rossi, we cannot hear you. Could you switch on your microphone, please?
Mi sentite?
Perfecto.
Can you hear me now? So good morning, everyone. So we will talk about the renovation wave, which is connected to the initiative of a new European Bauhaus. A problem concerns the fact that some countries do not accept to have local communities participate, and I believe this is a big mistake because local and regional administrations are closer to citizens. So we want to ask for a multi-level governance in the field of funding, especially we ask for a technical assistance facility, which and we would like to have a decentralized model of the ELENA instrument. We would also like to have more synergy between the ELENA instrument and Horizon Europe. We ask for a central role of the European Investment Bank as a climate bank of the European Union, and we ask for more flexible budget rules for local and regional administrations in order to support their investment capacity. Renovation wave does not mean more cement on our territories. We ask for renovations, demolitions, reconstructions. We want zero volumes, and we want to promote the systematic use of solutions based on nature, such as vertical gardens and tree planting. 17% of Europeans live in overcrowded houses. There are 34 million citizens in condition of energy poverty. So we need to fight against poverty, and we need to increase investments in social construction. Then there is a strong effort of technical experts, and we need a lot of training for small and medium enterprises. I would like to thank all colleagues for the amendments we received. We tried to be as inclusive as much inclusive as possible. We reformulated some of these amendments, and some of them are extremely relevant. We took into account amendments 26, 28, 49, 50, 51, and we grouped them and included them. Amendment 28 on renewable forces was included in point 8 with amendment of Rapporteur 17R. The amendments 20 and 21 on the minimum standards for public buildings were included on item 10 with amendment 20R, where we ask for regions and municipalities more flexible budget rules. Amendments 49 and 50 were included in Amendment 20R. We ask for an assessment of the impact on the territories of the interventions which are carried out. We welcomed also Amendment 26, which is asking for a new assessment of state aid. Amendment 51 on the revision of energy certification, which was included in Amendment 20R, where we recall the principle of proportionality, and we believe that this revision must ensure the continuity with the methodologies and platforms. As for Amendment 15, we strongly asked on the classification of buildings, that this methodology is kept, because this has been of interest among several institutional interlocutors. And then we say no to some amendments which focus on the energy mix, because this is an issue which we'll dealt with in other groups. So this is not the topic of this opinion. So thank you all for your attention.
Gracias, señor Rossi.
Thank you, Mr. Grossi. I would now like to give the floor to our guest rapporteur for this opinion, Mr. Ralph Goldman. Mr. Goldman is the head of division Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, European Investment Bank. Mr. Goldman has made a very constructive contribution to the recent CoR event on financing the renovation wave of buildings. I had the pleasure to share an event with him last week. You have the floor, Mr. Goldman, for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, honourable members of the Committee of the Regions. I hope you can put my slides on, as this is not working for my device, as we have tested earlier. But in the sake of time, I'm already starting with my intervention. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be with you today. Energy efficiency is of utmost importance to the EIB, as we have expressed already in our lending review, which was agreed by our board in 2019, where energy efficiency, so on slide 3, please. If you can see the EIB energy lending to the energy sector, if you could move to slide 3, please. There you see some figures, how we have supported energy efficiency since 2012. Next slide. With a total contribution of above 25 billion euro. And you don't see the slides for last year. If you could go to the next slide, please. The next one. So in 2020, even though through the COVID crisis, it was the first time ever that energy efficiency was the biggest contribution in our energy lending, amounting to roughly 5.8 billion euro, out of which 3.7 billion euro went to energy efficiency in buildings. Next slide, please. Okay, I see this doesn't work, but anyhow. So as mentioned in the renovation wave communication, buildings are responsible for about 40% of total EU energy consumption. And this is why we tackle this with different type of instruments. So we do the energy efficiency first principle. We can finance up to 75% of eligible capital expenditures, and we do focus on building rehabilitation. What we're doing also is to have a strengthened dialogue with member states through the national energy climate plans, and also look on the establishment of the European Initiative for Building Rehabilitation. Next slide, please. This European Initiative of Building Renovation, I think this is the part which connects also to the opinion you're currently discussing. It has been endorsed by the Commission in the Renovation Wave communication, and I think it's also acknowledged in your opinion, in your draft opinion. And what we would like to do is to work inside this renovation wave with a combination of loans, financial products, but also, as you've mentioned, technical assistance, project development assistance, and grants. Next slide, please. The project development assistance, which we have started already, and it has been mentioned by the rapporteur, I'm on the next slide, by the rapporteur, is European Local Energy Assistance, ELENA, which we are running since 2009. and where we have supported already and allocated about 200 million euro to 110 projects, triggering above 6.6 billion euro of investment. And 8 of these latest ELENA projects also implement already one-stop shops, which you also mentioned in your opinion, but which have been also mentioned in the renovation wave communication. And what we do expect is that we can continue with the activity of ELENA in the next MFF, or now in the current MFF, which has already started. If we go on the next slide, we talk about investment grants, but that's probably a part which is important. I can't see the slides moving, sorry. Investment grants under structural and investment funds, but also what we see now under RRF. But we are also providing technical assistance inside the regions with JASPERS already since 2007, which helps member states also to develop programs and to allocate funding out of ERDF towards renovation of buildings. We are also talking about tailored financial products, where we have done private finance for energy efficiency, which is basically using a cash collateral guarantee out of the LIFE program, which helps banks to implement energy efficiency projects, as we also discussed last week, that there's a lack of private capital also going into the renovation. If you could move to slide 13, I can't see any slide moving. But the grouping together of technical assistance and project development assistance under the renovation wave, what we envisage is to continue with the, let's say, classic ELENA like it is now, with a dedicated budget where we still have budget available, but also that we standardize one, yes, that's the correct one, that we put standardized one-stop shop packages with a streamlined application procedure, so we can go faster out to the regions and have technical assistance on the ground. But we also want to link this technical assistance to EIB financial products, i.e. if we hand our loans to a region or to commercial banks working in a region, that also project development can go alongside. And we're also giving advice to member states on JASPERS and ELENA, which helps in the design of thermal rehabilitation programs, i.e. the underlying grant programs to supply investment grants, but second also to help regions and also national governments to set up decentralized ELENA structures. The funding for this can come either from RRF or from ERDF funding, cohesion policy funding. But what we would put at your disposal, at the disposal to the regions, is helping to set up these facilities which can then work on the ground. And I hope this is in line with your request in your opinion. And also when I read in the opinion, and that's a valid point, even if we're a bank, I'm working, and I'm an engineer, I'm working in our technical department, so we also understand the technical assistance and the one-stop shops not being only a financial product, but this goes along with technical facilities. However, next slide, please. We're also talking about some financial products, which is our standard product offering, EIB loans to project promoters or financial intermediaries, which also can be combined with grants from EU funds. And there I'm thankful that you mentioned as well the importance of state aid rules in that picture, which you find in the middle picture. First loss piece to financial intermediaries to incentivize banks to work on that, but we also have to ensure that the aid is compatible with state aid rules, but also does allow a combination with grants from EU funding. So that is mentioned both in the renovation wave communication, but also in your opinion. And we have a third block here where I think there's still discussion ongoing of the possibility to convert partially loans into grants for the final beneficiaries, a model which is successfully done already in Germany under the KfW loans upon a specific achievement of energy performance. Some part of the principal loan amount can be converted into a grant and can be deducted. On the next slide, and I understand you will receive these slides afterwards, you find some links to our products, and we're happy to discuss this further with you. But for today, we fully support your opinion, and also thank you for highlighting the role of the EIB in the process. And we look forward to discuss with you, but also the regions directly on how we can implement the renovation wave. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, señor Goldman. Pues iniciamos el debate.
Thanks very much, Mr. Goldman. Let's start the debate. Mr. Voss, you have the floor.
Adelante, señor Voss.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Präsident, vielen Dank, Herr Rossi, vielen Dank, Herr Goldmann.
Many thanks, Herr Goldman, Mr. Rossi. I think this opinion is really important because in the European Union, in Germany, only almost half of the energy is heat, and we're only going to stick to the climate goals if we can be successful and if we can make a change in energy efficiency and heat generation. And I think we always need to be clear that we have to look into the renewables, extend the use of renewables. And I think you also put it into your opinion that this extension needs to be done in terms of renewables. We also need to remind ourselves constantly when, in the future, if we want to have heated rooms in our houses, in our flats, we need, if that is the situation of the European Union, we also must be able to have this wave of renovation, to implement it properly and do it fast, because it also has a social dimension, so that finally in our cities, in our regions, in our local authorities, we have to have good housing and that we can have a decent standard of life. And I think the whole of the program is mentioned, and hence I welcome it that we have got information about financial instruments. As the Greens, it's important to have such instruments for all the local authorities, that we have such financial aid to make and also that we do not have any national obstacles. We also welcome what it says in the opinion that we need an adaptation in the regulation, in the building permits, and also the usage of certain materials, just to give you some examples. I think when you're talking about renovation, you also have to look, take into account all the authorities. We've got the successful energy cooperatives who lead the process. Hence, I would hope also after the vote we will have a good opinion in place and that we can start this wave of renovation very quickly. We, the Greens, say in Germany, the heat generation is the sleeping giant in the energy change. So this is what we'd like to have. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Voss.
Thanks very much, Mr. Voss. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Telitape.
Yes, hello, dear colleagues, Mr. President.
Adelante.
Yes, please go ahead.
Parece que hemos perdido la conexión.
It seems that we're having issues with Mr. Tate. Let's try now.
So,
Adelante.
okay, now I'm starting again. This is certainly an important issue and necessary initiative. It certainly has an important effect on increasing people's quality of life, which is our top priority. It is equally important for the private houses, also apartment buildings, as well as local companies and public buildings, school kindergartens, and etc. We do support the idea of mandatory minimum energy performance standards for local and regional public buildings and standards for deep renovation to be based on impact assessment and current national best practices. I think Commission and the Member States should enact appropriate support policies and linking them to specific national, regional, and local incentives. We also see that the request for direct funding to be attributed LRAs for elaborating renovation plans is very important. Regions, cities, and municipalities should be given more direct access to EU funds. And if we aim for direct access, we should have more support for those who are not so smooth with all the bureaucracy of the paperwork. What is also important, and I would like to underline, is special attention and ideas need to be gathered to find a solution for historical buildings where typical renovation methods cannot be applied. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor Tate.
Thanks very much, Mr. Tate. We have some spare time, so we can give the floor back to Mr. Goldman if you would like to react to the interventions that have just been made, and then I will give the floor to Mr. Rossi. Mr. Goldman?
Well, many thanks for giving us the floor again. I think the important part which has been mentioned is that we do need a combination of funding which also goes to local and regional actors. And this is also where you're part of linking the ELEN initiative, but also other technical assistance facilities. The ultimate aim is that reaches the local and regional level. And I think that's important to ensure also in the upcoming discussions on the partnership agreements, and especially then on the operational programs, where we would see dedicated funding lines being necessary for the renovation, but also dedicated funding lines for local available technical assistance, for which we are happy to help, as mentioned in the communication, to set up these technical assistance facilities. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor Goldman.
Thanks, Mr. Goldman. Mr. Rossi, you have the floor to close the debate.
Sì, brevemente, mi sentite? Sì.
Yes, very shortly. I'd like to thank, first of all the colleagues. Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Are you listening?
Okay, so I'd like to thank all the colleagues who intervened. I share and I agree with them, and I'd like to thank Mr. Ralph that I heard also during another conference for the funding for the renovation wave. The collaboration with the European Investment Bank is fundamental, and it is also crucial to find technical assistance for local authorities and all public and private entities. They want to have access to the financial instruments that will be provided. There is no technical assistance on the territory at the moment, and so it is great to have standardized one-stop shop, as Mr. Draft, the representative the European Investment Bank said. So together with this, I would also like to highlight the role of training for small and medium enterprises, which have to be redirected towards buildings which are sustainable but also in line with the minimum standards that will be set in order to achieve the carbon neutrality objectives, the energy saving goals. Once again, thank you.
Gracias, señor Rossi.
Many thanks, Mr. Rossi. Let's move on to item number 9 of the agenda. Let's talk about the opinion on the European Union position as regards COP26 and how we can step up our climate ambition towards COP26. Mr. Chauvet, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for having given.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, por brindarme la palabra.
Publié au deuxième semestre 2020, sa feuille de route, en fait, une forme de révision générale de l'ensemble des politiques climatiques européennes dans le but de rehausser le niveau attendu de réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre en 2030, en gardant à l'esprit que l'objectif pour l'Europe est toujours la neutralité carbone en 2050 et il est apparu donc que pour tenir cet objectif, il était nécessaire de rehausser les objectifs.
We know that it's very important to realise these objectives, and we know that at least 55% of reductions from CO2 have been achieved, and the Commission has to work in this vein. And we've proposed a legislative package called Heads for 55, which is aimed at all sectors that are going to be involved in attaining this objective of the 55% reduction. We said this objective of at least 55% is to be on the front lines of the climate battle, as we said, and it's going to be taken up in COP26 in December in Glasgow. And so we know that the local authorities will be placed in the front line of this strategy because, as you know, most of these measures should be set up on a European level, and local authorities are going to take up 80% of these measures. We know that most of these policies for climate change adaptation will be brought forward by local and regional authorities. So the Committee of the Regions in many different documents has already highlighted the importance of a bottom-up approach here and of the need to anchor these European initiatives on the local level, and the majority of the sectors that are targeted here should have direct connections with local and regional authorities that are going to be the ones undertaking the work here. And for example, you might have seen them in different European cities. We've got central or collective heating in 20 and 50-year timeframes, and there's been pacts to basically look again at the state of affairs.
Nous savons que les voitures conventionnelles à moteur thermique devront progressivement être remplacées par des véhicules à émissions zéro et que nous devrons développer les transports. C'est une réflexion, par exemple, que nous avons.
And we know that this is happening on the regional scale. And we can see that we need to work on getting hydrogen powered trains to replace diesel or diesel mechanisms, hydrogen based mechanisms to replace the diesel ones and in these types of motors. And this also helps us reduce environmental pollution. And we know that in the field of agriculture this has also been attempted, and we've been able to improve things. And we know that there's going to be this carbon capturing initiative so as to reduce the carbon footprint. And the DG for the EU climate said that this was going to be rolled out in the forestry policy as well, and we have the impact of the different centres. This is particularly relevant in the Massif region of France. And so that's why I propose to table certain questions within this debate, 5 specifically. What are the lessons that we can actually take from the Green Recovery Package? The lessons that we've seen from initiatives in certain EU countries that we've been able to put into place after the economic crises to basically roll out in the EU territory, and the subsidiarity principles. We shouldn't just limit this to the EU countries and the member states. We also need to work with local and regional authorities, and we need to make sure that these local authorities can work freely in these fields, because we know that sometimes there are choices that need to be made and we need to find different solutions, and sometimes local collectives or local groups have to innovate, and they can often really benefit from not having any red tape and being able to make their own autonomous decisions. And we have to save our own regional identity, our local identity. As we said, with the renovation wave, we shouldn't forget the successes that we've had in certain cities in the past. And we can see that there are very many protective monuments of this type. These are local specific cultural elements that have to be treated individually and differently. And how can we include cities and regions in the agreement for the Paris Agreement? And this that we can ensure that this takes place. And so there's a just transition. Thank you very much. Apologies, the channel was skipping by itself from the English channel to the French channel.
Gracias, señor Chauvet. Pues bien, para...
Thank you, Mr. Chauvet. We will now listen to 2 different guest speakers. I would like to welcome Cecilia Neuner, Deputy Head of Unit Strategy and Economic Assessment of DG Climate from the European Commission, and Mrs. Evelina Daniel from the Economic Analysis and Financial Instruments Unit of DG Energy. We will listen first to Mrs. Hanone, who has now the floor. Please go on.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all. I hope you can all hear me well. Yes, many thanks for the confirmation. Thanks you for the invitation and the interest, and I think Mr. Chauvet framed very well the discussion and already explained in what the 2030 climate target plan consists in. So just going backwards a little bit, we have presented the plan in September, indeed proposing an increase in EU's climate ambition to at least 55% emission reductions by 2030 compared to 1990. And this is indeed to put well on a better path towards climate neutrality by 2050. If you're interested, this was accompanied by an impact assessment like we usually do, and this shows indeed that all sectors will need to contribute. And so in the impact assessment, you can find more detail about the impacts for the various sectors. And my colleagues from DG Energy will, of course, say a bit more on the energy specific aspect of that. Following that, we are very pleased that already in December, the European Council endorsed this increased objective. And in fact, this was already submitted to the UN, to the United Nations as the EU's updated nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. So that was a very good result. In an international context where we have seen in the recent months more countries also thinking about and outlining plans towards carbon and climate neutrality. And of course, we are very pleased to see also the change of policy in the US and the US rejoining the Paris Agreement. Where we are now is that indeed we are working on a number of policy proposals that we are planning to present in June under the heading Fit for 55, whereby we will basically update all the relevant pieces of legislation. And some of them touching a little bit about the policy architecture. I think the policy architecture recognizes also the variety of situation in the EU. Some tools like under the EU emission trading system, the carbon market, they apply the same all over the EU, so they are not member state specific. For other sectors, indeed, with the principle of subsidiarity, the EU legislation under the effort sharing regulation sets the target for member states, and then member states have also more flexibility how to reach them. So we are working now on those proposals. Maybe a few more words on the involvement of local and regional authorities. At the end of last year, we also have launched the Climate Pact, which is for us a very important tool for the engagement, bottom-up engagement from citizens, companies, and also local and regional authorities. We are very convinced of the role of the authorities, and we want to build on the work that has been done so far, for example, under the EU Covenant of Mayors, and continue to develop that. And this is also the case in the implementation of the current or new funding instruments. So, for example, the Just Transition Fund that the rapporteur mentioned, where for the first time you have an EU instrument that goes to a quite small territorial scale, because the regions need to be identified at NUTS 3 level. And the architecture of the regulation is really that the plans need to be developed bottom up, based on the involvement of all stakeholders in the relevant territories. I will stop here in the interest of time and hand over to my colleague from DG Energy. Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, that it's not Ms. Daniel who joins us, but my colleague Fabian Kreutzer. We had a change of colleague there. I hope he's connected too. Many thanks.
No hay ningún problema, por supuesto. Muchas gracias por su intervención y tiene la...
No problem at all, of course. Thank you for your intervention. The Koiser has the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to my colleague Cecile. I hope you can hear me. In the interest of time, I will also keep my contribution short, only some points from DG ENVE as well. As Cecile already mentioned, the climate target plan, obviously, with the energy system probably having to do the heavy lifting, will have a big impact on the energy system. We are conscious of that, and two key pieces of legislation that we are also reviewing in the run-up to June 2021, which the rapporteur mentioned already, which is part of this Fit for 55 package from DG Ener's side, are the Energy Efficiency Directive and the Renewables Energy Directive, because as you can see in the climate target plan, depending on which scenario you look at, but it's clear that they will have to do more. So we are revising that, and it will be important also to hear the voices of the region, of course. Bringing me to the second point that I wanted to make, the planning process, and going a bit more to the role of regions that they can play. I think one of the things that is very important to remember in the climate target plan, that we can already count on the national energy and climate plans that were submitted, the so-called NECPs, because they will now also be the basis for how to increase the ambitions. And we are working also based on that as a springboard for recovery, which goes a bit to the question number one that the rapporteur mentioned, and I want to expand on that, on recovery, because I think that it will also be an important point. But let me also provide a detail here, because I think it could be of interest to everyone listening, that the Covenant of Mayors that already mentioned also provides for regional and local authorities the possibility of capacity building as well as planning tools. I think that is also one of the important points here, how to support regional and local authorities, that they have the tools that are needed to participate in this planning process. And the third point and the last point I wanted to quickly mention is the aspect of recovery, not only on the planning side, but also that I think there has been already done some advancement. If we recall, for example, the 2008 and 2010 financial crises, from DG Ener's point of view, we saw, for example, retroactive adjustments of feed-in tariffs, and this is obviously not a good long-term signal. So there were measures then taken to address this and to avoid these kind of sequences now. And I think also coming back to a point that Cécile touched upon, this is now also reflected, for example, on Commission level in some of the initiatives. For example, in the Just Transition platform, there is an initiative for coal regions, and there, for example, the local and regional authorities do have a voice and can contribute with their views on what should happen there. So in the interest of time, I also stop here and thank the chair, the rapporteur, and my colleagues and everyone listening. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you indeed. Now I'm going to give the floor for the debate to Mr. Bauer. Mr. Bauer?
Si no está el señor Bauer ahora mismo en línea, le vamos a dar la palabra al señor Voss. Señor Voss. Ha pedido la palabra también el señor... A ver, señor...
Mr. Voss, go ahead.
Sí, señor Voss, tiene la palabra.
Yes, Mr. Voss, you have the floor.
wieder weg.
Now I'm gone again. Right, now I'm back. I hope this will work now. Yes. Many thanks to the rapporteur. Many thanks as well to the Commission for the comprehensive run-up work to prepare COP26. Yes, time is running out. Climate objectives need to be achieved. Basically, too many decades have already passed without any achievement. And the question is, what didn't work into in 2010 with the financial crisis? I have to say it, I'm going to be provocative. I think banks were saved, but in terms of investment, nobody checked what the climate crisis and the energy transition required. And that is now different. I think the 32% energy efficiency increasement and the renewables objectives aren't ambitious enough. I think will have to be increased, these objectives. And that's also possible, isn't it? In your draft report, you also ask what can happen on a regional basis. We have a lot of cost-efficient technologies now in terms of solar energy and wind energy. We have to own up to the fact that the situation is changing, the world is changing, and we need to create possibilities. And Mr. Kreutzer just pointed out as well that something is toxic in terms of development when communities, authorities, companies, and citizens cannot rely on the direction that has been set. And they're suddenly facing investments turning into ruins because political changes are made when they shouldn't be made. Another point in terms of the objectives of CO2 reductions, of course, for us, 55% is not sufficient. It would have to be at least 60% at the moment, or 65% would even be better, as the Parliament has requested. But we also need a reduction in methane emissions. That would also have to be at least to be reduced by 30% to reach the 55% of the minimum target. And it's a pity that the pretty smart methane strategy in terms of the message and the knowledge sharing has no actual objectives or concrete actions and measures. If I can speak about agriculture, I'm a farmer myself. We need to put the emphasis more on low input systems. So if I look at things such as eco schemes, the basis is given, the foundations are there, but we need to implement them as well. We're not talking about an agriculture where everything can be controlled through a lot of technology. So in terms of methane emissions, you can do a lot of things just with a lot of knowledge and smart farmers. But it's also a political framework that's required. And another point, if I may, natural gas is something we will be relying on for a while, and natural gas is mainly imported. We need to come to a carbon border tax system to avoid natural gas coming from dirty supply chains or sources ends up in the German market. Even within the United States, this is possible. States such as California or New York don't import any gas from Texas because that is dirty gas. I think that's a small component, but it's also an important component because we do have to use carbon border systems to ensure that we can control what kind of energy we import. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bosch. And now, Ibe Jens.
Thank you, Chair, and dear colleagues. First of all, I really do like to welcome an opinion on this very important matter, and I'm looking forward to reading the upcoming draft opinion by the rapporteur. In the working paper, it's worrying, though, to read that the EU only will reduce emissions by 60% in 2050 with its current legislation. This is not in line with the EU's objective of climate neutrality, meaning that the EU action must be taken. In Denmark, a vast majority of all municipalities, including my own, are adopting binding climate action plans to support the goal of climate neutrality by 2050. But as in the EU, more action needs to be taken to accelerate local authorities' opportunities and conditions to combat climate neutrality locally. I therefore advocate for closer dialogue and cooperation between levels of government at national and EU level to address local challenges and stumbling blocks, create better conditions, and to ensure better access to funding on all local climate adaptation and CO2 reductions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. Mr. Defoe.
Parece que hay algún problema técnico. ¿Tiene alguien?
It seems that there is a technical problem. One want to take the floor. If this is not the case, we will give back the floor to Mrs. Hanone. Mrs. Hanone, are you ready?
For giving me the floor again, and thank you for the comments and questions. Maybe a few reactions, and in fact, it's good because many of your comments and questions touch on things that are really important. But I didn't have enough time to cover everything, so it will allow me to be a bit more concrete on the actual level of ambition. Indeed, maybe the debate is not completely closed. What I didn't mention earlier is that we have proposed to enshrine the 2050 climate neutrality objective and the updated 2030 objective in the climate law, which you know is under discussion by the co-legislators. And indeed, the European Parliament is more ambitious than what the Commission has proposed and what also the Council agrees. So the trilogues are ongoing. So let's see where the final decided ambition will be. On the role of and the importance of methane, and in particular in the sector of agriculture, maybe what I want to add, indeed, that the Commission presented the methane strategy, but at the same time, what I want to make clear is that methane today is completely covered in the climate legislation. The effort sharing regulation, which sets member states target reduction target for 2030 for the sectors not covered by the emission trading system, does include methane and does include, in fact, emissions from sectors from transport, agriculture, buildings, etc., etc. So this is fully covered. So there is not a separated objective for methane, but it's subject to the relevant objective. And of course, we also share the view that the agriculture sectors need to contribute, and there are technical options available. In the impact assessment I was referring to earlier, you can see that we made some analysis on that, and we do hope that member states in their strategic plan under the common agriculture policy are going to try and put the actions in motion. Another thing that I didn't mention is that as part of the 54-55 package, we are also working, and it's our colleagues of DG Tax Sud, indeed, on a mechanism for carbon border adjustment. So this was mentioned already. And finally, maybe one clarification on the level of ambition. I think the working paper of Monsieur Chauvet writes rightly that indeed, if we are continuing the current legislation, we only get to 60%, minus 60% by 2050. And this is exactly why we think that we should increase this ambition. The EU has now a goal of reaching climate neutrality by 2050 that was communicated to the United Nations as the EU long-term goal under the Paris Agreement. And what we have proposed for 2030 is actually more ambition to put us on the right track. So I think on that we all agree. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you, Hanun. Now, Mr. Griffois, you have the word.
Yeah. Excuse me, but I thought I had a little bit small problems with the technical issues. First of all, I'd like to thank you, the rapporteur, with his draft opinion. And we like to welcome also the fact that the rapporteur wants to stress the bottom-up approach in delivery of climate objectives. I think for our group, we are sure for our group, but also for the committee, this is very important, this bottom-up approach. It's more and more acknowledged that cities and regions do play a decisive role in bridging emission gaps as they drive climate-related action and investments in mitigation and adaptation. Ahead of COP26 at the end of the year, the opinion should, in our view, collect and reference previous Committee of Regions key messages on climate governance, possibly complementing them in light of the current situation. And we have to continue advocating for a bottom-up approach in the global multi-level climate governance system and working regularly and closely with relevant organizations and contact points. Like, for example, we have the Global Covenant of Mayors and also ICLE. We need to come forward with proposals on how the politically relevant role of regions and cities and their elected representatives could be better defined alongside other non-state actors. And knowing that the Committee of the Regions calls for NDCs to include an aggregation of regionally and locally determined contributions may be achieved in the medium and long term, it is paramount to make further steps to ensure full recognition and the role of subnational authorities in the achievement of the international climate commitments. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Griffois.
Thanks very much, Mr. Griffois. Mr. Chauvet, you have the floor to close the debate. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. Director, Madam Chairman. Well, taking which are very, I'm listening to colleagues who think that even 55 and 60% of reductions by 2030 is not necessarily sufficient and not obligatory to reach true carbon neutrality in 2050, but we have to consider that it's a supplementary effort which was proposed by the Commission, directly speaking, and slightly unexpectedly was supported by the Council and by all governments, with for some countries, this was allowing them, if they didn't manage to reach this objective, to at least be compensated during this period, which will completely open and upset the organisation of our societies, the role of the deputies and the functioning of public services. And I think as members of the regions, that's what I'm trying to do. In any case, inter alia, with the French delegation from next week onwards, and I'm trying to therefore explain the roads coming and the change of mentality which will is in front of us. So obviously Parliament, 70%, at least 50% in the Council and the Commission, and I agree with what Griffois said. It's my colleague is there. Perhaps local and regional areas have a specific role to play, because that between this national and European objective of at least 55% and the desire of Euro deputies to go up to 60 or 70%, perhaps the local and regional authorities who, through programs of voluntary reduction, can go even further than the objectives
and do better than this lower limit of 50%, which is proposed by Europe. So I will end up by saying that our action and what we're doing will be looked at on the international level. We talked about the conference which will take place in Glasgow, where we will have this message to do, and but over and above that, the EU is seen more as a model for climate change. We talked about the US this morning, who are coming back into the Paris agreements, but we can also talk about China, who is in the process of setting up its coal market and says that what we're doing should be used as a model in the world fight at every level of governance, from top to bottom in climate. So thank you.
Gracias, señor Chauvet.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chauvet. Let's move on to item 9.2, opinion on safe and sustainable chemicals for a toxic-free environment in Europe's cities and regions. This opinion is that of Mr. Struzek. I will give you the floor, Mr. Struzek, and we will invite the guest rapporteur for this debate. You have the floor, Mr. Struzek.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, rather. I would like to propose to you a discussion on a working document related to the challenges posed to the EU countries by the strategy on chemicals for sustainable development. The strategy is the first step towards achieving the zero pollution environment free of toxic substances, as it was announced in the European Green Deal. The strategy has a double objective: to better protect the health of citizens and the environment, and to foster innovation in safe and sustainable chemicals, thus revitalizing the economy and increasing its competitiveness in the global market. Key initiatives in this regard include, in particular, phasing out of the most harmful substances, which include endocrine disruptors, chemicals that affect the immune and respiratory systems, and persistent substances, polyfluoroalkyl substances, from consumer products such as toys, childcare, cosmetics, detergents, food contact materials, and textiles, unless their use proves to be essential for society. We should minimize and replace as far as possible the presence of hazardous substances in all products. Priority will be given to those products categories that affect vulnerable groups in society and those with the greatest potential for a circular economy. We should address the combined effect of chemicals by taking better account of the risks posed to human health and the environment by daily exposure to a wide range of chemicals from different sources. We should ensure that producers and consumers have access to information on the chemical composition and safe use of chemicals by introducing information requirements in the context of the Sustainable Product Policy Initiative. Like I said before, I drafted a working document as requested by the ENVE Committee. The Committee of the Regions, as the representatives of citizens, is ready to work on the strategy. And the whole cycle through production, distribution, use, storage, recycling, and waste disposal takes place in Europe's regions and cities. Education and capacity building, innovation and smart specialization, and exchange of knowledge and experience should be an important element in planning and implementing the strategy. From the perspective of local and regional authorities, activities that may be of interest and require multi-stakeholder dialogue and governments include promoting inter-regional cooperation along sustainable chemical values chains through smart specialization to accelerate the development of joint investment projects, upskilling the workforce for digital and green transformation, introduce or strengthen legislation to address the combined effects of chemicals on water, food contact materials, food additives, toys, detergents, cosmetics. Fund for EU-wide monitoring and analysis of human and environmental controls. We should strengthen the EU's open strategic autonomy in terms of access to critical raw materials. Development and implementation of infrastructure to enable the use, transport and storage of electricity from renewable neutral sources in chemical production. Investment in sustainable innovations that can decontaminate waste streams, increase safe recycling and reduce waste exports, particularly plastics and textiles. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 13th of January 2021, a meeting was held during which the concerns of the chemical industry and NGOs were broached. And let me just name a couple of them. First and foremost, the European chemical industry is highly committed to the implementation of the strategy. Taking into account the current state of legislation in the EU and its member states, the industry stresses the need to take into consideration REACH and CLP. It is important when harmonizing and implementing further regulations introduced in connection with the strategy. The aim is to prevent and increase in any increase in regulatory gaps between the EU and other regions. The second issue concerns risk management. The strategy places emphasis on harmful substances without adequate consideration of the use and exposure. The definitions and criteria introduced should be precise, unambiguous, and should take into account a good understanding of chemical use and the potential exposure. It is important to avoid divergent legal opinions on the hazards and properties of chemicals, as risk assessment is often sector-specific. Science and data should continue to be at the heart of the decision-making process. Product assessment, finally, should cover the full life cycle of a product, including its reissue in the economy. The industry stresses that this assessment should be based on methodologies that European chemical companies have already started to develop. The strategy raises many important questions and issues, but one important issue is the need to manage the waste generated by the withdrawal of substances from the market. This issue raises not only financial issues, but also environmental costs. On these issues, the strategy should support both local authorities and entrepreneurs in changing the modernization of installations. The chemical industry stresses the importance of assessing the impact of the strategy, taking into account the competitiveness of companies in the European and global market. Ladies and gentlemen, given the close relationship between local authorities and their citizens, the opinion on the strategy coming from the Committee of the Regions is very important because it touches on issues of importance to society. At each stage of the implementation of the provisions of strategy, we should work on implementing acts and guidelines, and we should conduct joint dialogue involving all sectors. So I should like to invite you all to ask questions, send us remarks, and I should like to send them either to the committee or to me personally. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thanks very much, Mr. Struzik. We have a guest speaker for this debate, Mr. Sadauskas, Director for Circular Economy and Green Growth, DG Environment of the European Commission. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the invitation and the floor, and also for the initiative to look closely into a very, very important strategy, which is the chemical strategy for sustainability. Now, the importance of this comes from the fact that chemicals are everywhere in our daily life. They are in medicines, they're in clothes, they're in food contact materials, they're everywhere. And they play an absolutely fundamental role in most of our activities and in all our well-being. The chemical industry is the fourth largest one in European Union. And the chemicals they produce are also the building blocks of low carbon, zero pollution, energy efficient technologies. The European Union already has a sophisticated chemicals legislation, and that legislation is supported by the most advanced knowledge base in the world, and Europe has managed to reduce the risks to people and the environment for hazardous chemicals and especially for carcinogens. But hazardous chemicals are still harming the environment and the human health. The science is telling us about the areas where we urgently need to act. For example, endocrine disruptors, it was already mentioned by Mr. Struzik, and substances toxic for reproduction, which are impairing fertility. A great number of chemicals cause chronic diseases, again, like cancer, asthma, or diseases of the immune systems. Those weaken human resilience and in some cases even their capacity to respond to vaccines. So overall, our citizens, including the most vulnerable ones, are still too exposed to these very harmful chemicals, and in particular through consumer goods. Global chemicals production is expected to double by 2030, and the already widespread use of chemicals will also increase. This is why we urgently need to act. With the chemical strategy for sustainability that we have adopted on the 14th of October last year, we aim to ensure that chemicals are produced and used in a way that minimizes their contribution, that maximizes their contribution to society, but minimizes or avoids harm to people and to the planet. The strategy announces over 80 actions to move towards a long-term vision of a toxic-free environment. First of all, to achieve more protection, we urgently need innovation. We need to boost development of chemicals and materials which are safe and sustainable by design, from the production to the end of life. This will help build the EU reputation back and to regain again the global market, which Europe has been losing to other economic actors. We will develop criteria to drive research into this direction, establish an EU-wide support network, and provide financial support for their development, commercialization, and uptake. Secondly, we need to strengthen chemicals legislation to address the most pressing health and environmental concerns. In particular, we shall revise the sectoral legislation as well as the basic chemicals legislation, such as regulations on REACH and classification, labeling, and packaging, the CLP, to ensure that most harmful chemicals are avoided in consumer products, such as toys, cosmetics, food contact materials, to address persistent substances, which have already caused enormous health and environmental damage, and also to regulate endocrine disruptors across legislation, as well as the combination effects of chemicals. Thirdly, the strategy is very much about simplification and consolidation of the legal framework. That's why we shall launch a one substance, one assessment approach to deliver better transparency and coherent in how we assess chemicals. We shall also take action to step up compliance and the principle of no data, no market, as well as enforcement, for example, through audits and more frequent checks on products and chemicals. Finally, the strategy sets out actions for the European Union to champion and promote high standards in the world. We will strive for ambitious goals and targets on the sound management of chemicals internationally, and we shall help our partners to step up their sound management of chemicals through capacity building and knowledge sharing. In order to deliver and monitor the strategy in dialogue with all those that are concerned, we have announced that we shall set up a high-level roundtable with industry, science, and civil society. We are just at the very start of long and complicated road. The objectives of the strategy can be achieved only through joint societal effort that creates a virtuous circle between protection and innovation. And that's why we're looking forward very much to the thoughts from the Committee of Regions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks very much. I will now give the floor to Mr. Sestra to start the debate.
Adelante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank Mr. Stuzik for your working document. It is an important topic you are discussing, and I would like to comment on it by answering some of your questions in the document. And first of all, I will take the view that I think it's important to look at the new circular action plan of the committee and the opinion adopted by the Committee of the Regions, on which I was a rapporteur. It will provide good answers on your third question. What can make an important contribution to circular industry is that we have incentive programs, but also a regulation to make sure that producers, as far as possible, avoid using virgin fossil materials as raw materials in their production processes. And it is very important that producers are very transparent about the raw materials used in their products, and that they have the obligation to explain how, for instance, the used chemicals will be recycled or upcycled. Mandatory use of recycled materials in products is certainly helpful in this respect. About question 6, governments themselves can of course play a role in their public procurement, but they can also set requirements with regards to the use of materials. And governments can help by using their competences on building waste and water, for instance. About financial measures, question 7, I would like to argue once again that we have to encourage the use of sustainable and reusable raw materials and tax them less. And the reverse must of course apply to the use of pollution substances. Finally, I am of course very interested in the contribution of hydrogen, especially when it is green hydrogen. One of your questions is about it. But we must also bear in mind that we will also temporarily need blue hydrogen to make the transition to green hydrogen a success. We must support this transition and not create obstacles to it. Hydrogen can make an important contribution as a raw material for the chemical industry. In my region, the Northern Netherlands, which is called the Hydrogen Valley, we are working hard to put this development into practice now. We believe that we should do this mainly in a chain approach, in which we use hydrogen for transport as an energy carrier, but also as a raw material for the chemical industry, among others. Collaboration between government and companies is of great importance for this. And the Northern Netherlands Hydrogen Investment Plan 2020, which investments over amount of 9 billion euros is a good example of that collaboration. I wish you very much success on the work of your opinion.
Muchas gracias.
Thanks very much, Mr. Sestra. Are there any remarks? If that's not the case, we'll give the floor back to Mr. Sadauskas.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have really little to add, maybe to what has been said just by the previous speaker, that I fully subscribe to the thought and urge to see the complementarity and consistency between various agendas. And one is indeed between the chemicals and circular economy. And I do remember also the debate that we had also on circular economy, and I can tell that chemical strategy is meant to facilitate the achievement of circularity. For example, through making sure that we design the chemicals, which are usually the feedstock of all the production processes, into something that will allow them to be recovered and recycled, so that we don't have regrets of returning back to economy substances which have been found to be hazardous and dangerous. So one of our key approaches here is indeed safe by design, meaning that before we recycle something, we have to think about the design and the choice of right materials. And this is absolutely and super important. It will give a completely different meaning and dimension to the circular economy, and making sure that it's safe and really doable. And this is where Europe can really play a major role. And I can also confirm to Mr. Struzik that whenever we do something, we will do that in line with better regulation principles, which means that the key changes in the legislation will have to go through the assessment of impact. They will be going through public consultations. We'll be transparent about it, and we want to make sure that the cost benefits of our actions are confirmative and convincing. And last point on hydrogen, even though we don't specifically address hydrogen as such in this strategy, because there was a hydrogen position paper of the Commission back in July already. I can also confirm that this is indeed one of the most promising technologies and materials, not only for energy, but indeed, as was said, for being a material input material for productions, as well as for energy storage. Because once you've stored energy, calories in hydrogen, you can transport it anywhere. So it will play quite a big role in balancing out together with intermittent renewable energies. And I'm very happy to see many European regions, Netherlands, Portugal, many others, really taking forward this fantastic technology and looking in how we can use both current technologies, or let's say the pipelines, and make sure that it really happens at the scale. And very, very important to say that indeed hydrogen is meant to be a better solution to known technologies, especially the fossil fuels. So we have to make sure that the hydrogen that we use is clean, is sustainable, and does not cause as such also environmental damage when we try to produce it. But with that, I'm really looking forward to the opinion and the report that your committee will be producing. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Salauskas. Para cerrar el debate.
Thanks very much. Mr. Struzik, you have the floor to close the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all these remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, by implementing the strategy of further development of chemicals, on one hand, we have to secure our health and life of all the citizens of the EU, but we also have to minimize the impact on the environment, or bring the impact down to zero. But on the other hand, knowing about the importance of the chemical industry and its potential, as well as doubling of the production, we need to think of the competitiveness of the European chemical industry in the world market. We need to protect ourselves from the influx of toxic substances by proper legal regulations, so these substances wouldn't get to our markets. And this poses a huge challenge. Another huge challenge, in my opinion, is the utilization and recycling of chemical substances. In Poland, also in my region, we are very much influenced by illegal import of toxic substances. They are being stored in so-called wild undercover storages by criminals. This poses a huge problem to local governments then, because they need to tackle with the problem and spend millions of euros in order to utilize, recycle these illegal storages. This should be somehow regulated on the European market by a strict follow-up of chemical products, so that nobody could simply get rid of them without being punished. And as the expert have spoken, it should be considered at the level of design through the usage of a product up to its recycling in a circular economy. I think it's a great challenge. Another great challenge is the area of is the food sector. We should eliminate all substances that are being used throughout the whole production process. Or is it at the level of farming or growing animals, or I mean different hormones and genetic substances, and at the level of processing by the usage of conserving agents. As I said, product description plays an important role here. We should look at the trace elements that particular types of food may contain. So these areas are very many, and I ask the commission members to, the committee members, sorry, to send me the remarks to my opinion. And as you know, this opinion is going to be presented to the Commission in March, and then in June we'll have it presented during the plenary session, and I encourage you strongly to do that. We hope to have a fully fledged draft opinion still in February. Thank you for your attention, dear Chairman.
Thanks very much, Mr. Strusik. With that, we close this debate. Let's move on to the next opinion, point 9.3, opinion on the topic local and regional authorities protecting the marine environment. This opinion we are going to talk about has as rapporteur Mrs. Noren on the consultation on the protection of the marine environment of the Portuguese presidency. Mrs. Noren, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I will try to share my screen here. Let's see if it works. I hope you now see my presentation. Well, Mr. President, dear colleagues, thank you so much for letting me be the rapporteur of this very important topic, local and regional authorities protecting the marine environment. For me personally, it's something that I have worked with my whole life. And as you see, I'm the vice mayor of Lysekil municipality. That's a small town north of Gothenburg on the Swedish west coast, which are depending on a healthy sea and a healthy coast. We live on tourists and marine research, and we also see that the sea is endangered. And all of the topics we talked about today, especially the one last now with the chemicals, all applies on the ocean and the marine issues. Let me start to be a little bit personal. I start when I was 16 to study marine biology, moved to Lysekil, and I have worked with this my whole life. This is me letting out a small dogfish, a small shark, to try to enhance the local stock. And it was also the marine issues and the marine questions that brought me into politics about 15 years ago. I have microphone? Is it better now? Is the sound better? Please write no. Let's see. Is the sound better this way? Okay. Well, strange, but no, it's better. Well, I went into politics to work with marine issues for about 15 years ago, and I've been in the Swedish parliament, but now I am in the local level. But I was somehow appointed as the chair of the Swedish cross-party committee on environmental objectives 2 years ago. And we have worked 3 years together with persons from all parties in the Swedish government or in the Swedish parliament to come up with a report on how to make the marine environment better and how we should work for to achieve the marine environmental goals that we have in Sweden. And we handed over to the Minister of Climate and Environment of Sweden just a few weeks ago. And I think there is many of these points here that we can bring into this rapporteurship, because we see even in our report that local and regional authorities have such an important role in this, but it's sometimes hard to find a way to make the best decisions. And I hope today that we will get good knowledge from you and also good suggestions what we should look into deeper. And this report was actually all parties in the Swedish parliament stand behind this, all the over 100 of different proposals that we have come up with. And this is what we can see from the EU level. It's almost 20 years ago since we had the first integrated coastal zone management was brought and adopted by EU, and soon 13 years ago since we had the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. And when the Commission published a report last year, they saw that we still will not achieve the goals and we have so much still to do. The biodiversity loss is still going very fast in the marine environment. We see that many of the things we do on land end up in the sea. And we have so much to do. And now this referral from the Portuguese presidency want to see if we together can make this opinion of the role of local and regional authorities, how we can protect the marine environments. And I will go through a bit of what the situation looks like in the sea. I used to say that the sea mirrors our lifestyle. What we do on land ends up in the sea. Chemicals, plastics, how we do our agriculture, what cars we drive, how we use our forests, everything impacts the sea. And the sea is actually not healthy. We can see that all the ecological footprints that we do, we can see the effects on land, but we can see sometimes the double effect in the sea. We see that fisheries are not sustainable everywhere. We see that we have fishing methods that are not good for the environment. We see huge effects of the eutrophication, and even if we have become and improved a bit there are still large problems. We see that the climate effects of the sea is huge. We can see that ocean acidification, we see the temperature rise, we see pollutants, both the plastic ones that we can see, but also the chemical and pharmaceuticals that we cannot see have a huge impact on the life in the sea. Aqua aliens, that means strange species or species that wrong place. They come by boats or other parts
Gracias.
at the coastal areas now when we have a changed climate, and they can be a threat to the species that live there, or also they can use different ecosystem services that was not used before. And we also see that shrinking space, we humans use the coastal areas and the sea so much, so there are not so many areas left that are untouched. And I have some more examples briefly. This is from a cod fisheries in the Baltics in the mid-80s. This is a picture that is 4 years old. That's the same stock of fish, but now they are small, they are skinny, and they don't get not healthy anymore. And we can also see that there's a loss of biodiversity, but it's also a loss of genetic biodiversity loss. This is a map of how the eutrophication looks like in Europe. This is reported in December 2019. And we know that climate effects with the rising temperature and lesser salinity will enhance this and make the effects even stronger. And if we look in my home area here in the Baltic or in the north, the black ones in the middle, that is the areas where you have anoxia 100 years ago, and the red one is how it looked 2 years ago. And the area with anoxic sediment is the size of Iceland, and it's more than 10 times larger than it was 100 years ago. And we see that when we have the climate change that we're still here 1.5 to 2 degrees, that will make more degrees up here in the north, and especially our seas, the Baltic, the Mediterranean, will be more affected. And when we have that, we will have a warmer climate, but also heavy rainfall and a change in where the rain falls, which will also affect the sea and the runoff from land. And we can see, if we go back to the Baltic, that the salinity, how salt the water will move, which also will make another, the species that live there today will not be able to live there in 50 years of time. And this is also something from us humans. We want to be in the coastal areas, use our boats and build our houses where we can be close to the sea. But the coastal areas are also very important for the marine life. And many of the species we catch out in the sea, like cods and so on, use the coastal areas when they grow up, and they are necessary and essential for us to have a healthy sea. But we can do things about this, and you that works out in the local and regional authorities have a unique opportunity, and often very good examples of how to do this and how we can make it better. And we have sent you some questions, and we know that it's sometimes not easy to collect data and get good data of what to do and share data between. We know that we need to engage the private sector, but how can we do that? And what support does you out in the local and regional authorities need from the national or EU level to make the efforts? And how can we use EU and Commission to improve the coherence and consistency in the implementation of the Marine Strategy Directive framework? And in which areas and policies would it be helpful with a common standardization? And how can we make this? And how will we make the best use of the post-COVID-19 recovery package and the new Green Deal that we have already discussed today? And how will we make sure that the sea and the marine issues are just something on the side, but it's actually within everything we do, and that we think about the marine issues when we talk about the other things? And we also need to know that climate and the sea are very much integrated. And we used to say that climate and the sea are two sides of the same coin. With a healthy sea, the effects of the climate change will not be so severe, but with an ocean that is not in a good state, the effect of the climate change will be heavily more impact. Thank you. I will stop there.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you very much, Mrs. Noren. I would now like to give the floor to our guest speaker, Mr. Fabio Pirota, who works in marine environment protection within the Marine Environment and Water Industry, DG Environment, European Commission. You have the floor.
¿Podemos comprobar si el señor Pirota tiene algún problema con el micrófono?
Can we check Mr. Pirota's microphone? Can you hear
Adelante.
me now?
Sí, perfectamente. Señor Pirota, adelante.
Yes, we listen well. Please go ahead, Mr. Pirota. Excuse me for this then. Just to recapitulate, thank you for the opportunity to speak over here. I'd like to share with you this presentation, which I hope will help you in your discussions today on the context of the Marine Strategy Framework Directive and what we do in terms of marine environment protection. First of all, what I'd like to say is that the directive itself covers all marine waters around the EU. It's a large directive, it has a large scope, it is a complex one as well, but it does have a noble objective, and that is to have clean, healthy and productive seas. So that is the framework that we're looking at. To make good use of good, responsible and sustainable use of the marine environment. So it is not a directive that is looking only at the environmental protection angle, but also looking at the importance of using the sea sustainably. From a regional perspective, it looks at the regions around the marine environment, around the European Union, so the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, the Northeast Atlantic and the Mediterranean, and of course the sub-regions within. And lots of regional coordination takes place within the regional sea conventions, which are also invited to the implementation strategy that the directive has. So that is the regional aspect that is prescribed in the legislation. So it looks at the marine region in itself. For those who are not very familiar with the directive, I'd perhaps like to explain a bit how it works and how it is set up. So member states have this objective to achieve good status, good environmental status. And how do they do that? They would have to go through assessing the state of their marine environment, defining the objective, set the targets, develop monitoring programs, and importantly, identify and implement those actions that need to be taken. And it is done over a 6-year cycle, so it repeats itself all the time. And here we have we are now in the second cycle, halfway to the second cycle. So these marine strategies are developed at a national level in the context of a marine region, but there are a number of elements in the implementation of these marine strategies that are likely to be pertinent for local and regional authorities. For example, in devising measures or when it comes to monitoring programs. This often depends on the administrative setup of the member state, but also what at heart is being tackled. if the measure relates to one particular installation or activity, which could have a very local or regional dimension, or whether it is something that is a bit wider than that. It is a framework directive, so it brings in it also a lot of cross-sectoral elements, different policies interacting in order to feed the strategies. And there you have, for example, you can see the pressures and the impacts on the marine environment that are there. They come from various different human activities, and therefore links also with other environmental and non-environmental policies. We mentioned the rapporteur mentioned fisheries earlier on, but also agriculture, also litter from various different aspects of human activity. I know that time is running short, so I'll try and speed up a bit here. An issue on funding, if I may, and the directive itself allows for funding to be made from union instruments in order to implement the directive, and that has been made under the EMFF. But as rightly pointed out in the paper on this discussion, the European Court of Auditors report says that only a small share of the European Maritime Fisheries Fund was used to support conservation measures. But despite that, EU funding can make a difference, and there are good examples of projects that have helped in improving the marine environment and that have helped also in the implementation of the MSFD through the LIFE program or through Interreg. And the new European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund should also would also provide enough hooks to look at funding to protect biodiversity, to reduce pollution, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and other elements that need to be looked into. We have published this report, which the rapporteur has mentioned. Quick overview over here, just to let you know what the main achievements of the directive have been. So it's true, we have not reached good environmental status. And why? Because it is an ambitious directive in the first place. So there are various reasons. Either the knowledge was not there, or the measures were not effective enough, or the time to achieve good environmental status has been too short. But we have also had some good stories. We have enhanced cooperation across the regions, the marine regions. We have improved the cooperation also with the countries that are within the same marine region but are not members of the EU. We have more knowledge about our seas, a better understanding, and we now have a framework that looks at all marine life, all marine habitats, and all marine pressures that they are subjected to. So it's a mixed picture. So there's some improvements in the Northeast Atlantic in terms of certain fish stocks, for example, but in the Mediterranean things don't look that good. We have reduced contaminants, but on the other hand, we see the emergence of new pressures like marine litter, microplastics, underwater noise, energy sources that produce pollution, invisible pollution, so to speak. So there's quite a lot in that sense that we still need to work on. And in this context, the Commission will soon engage in a review of the directive, which is prescribed in the law itself, so that we will see how the directive needs to perform in the future, learning from lessons in the past, and also to look at its relevance in the context of the European Green Deal and all those initiatives it contains to protect the marine environment, the biodiversity strategy, the forthcoming zero pollution action plan, and all the others. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank you for listening to me, and I'll be happy to answer questions should there be any. Thank you very much, Mr. Pirota. Does anyone want to take the floor? Yes, Mrs. Mopatkius, go ahead.
Vous m'entendez? Allô?
Adelante.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the presentation and the framework directive. And I thank our colleagues also for these brilliant presentations and pictures, which are very beautiful but very worrying about seas. Thinking about the same demonstration for the Mediterranean, which is, of course, a landlocked sea. And even if the factors aren't the same, I'd just like to draw attention of the Commission to the case of the islands, because I'm from Corsica, for islands for which the marine environment is a natural, obviously, fact, it's clear, and it's fundamentally important for the way we live, which is, of course, damaged by plastics and chemicals, things that boats are throwing away, pollution, and so on, which disturbs the local species. And of course, there are lots of boat engines in tourist areas and so on. We were talking about that this morning, and the islands in particular, often because of the currents, often get a lot of this pollution from the coast because of the winds that they haven't produced themselves very often. So it's really a subject I wanted to draw your attention to. Ecosystems that are in danger, of course, and you mentioned that quite brilliantly, but also coastal fishing, traditional fishing, which characterizes the islands. We often talk about large trawlers and boats which trawl the sea beds, but also small species are also in danger. So the framework directive is very important. It's also important for local authorities who have both the concern for taking samples and preserving their natural environment. It's very important for local authorities to be committed and engaged in this preservation and sustainable development. And it's important to have regional conventions. We've tried out 2 types of things in Bonifacio and the marine park in Cap Corse and Pelagos Park with Tuscany. There's also the question of maritime cooperation. I think we should use all the resources we have to keep our common advantages, obviously. We have a JECT, which didn't particularly work because the legal standards aren't the same on both sides of the border. So we have to be very pragmatic in applying the directive. Use territorial cooperation, European territorial cooperation for the maritime part as quickly as possible, because time is passing. And I think it's important to say this, that there's not a lot of time left for the preservation of the maritime environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Some more. Does anyone else want to take the floor? If this is not the case, we will give the floor now to Mr. Pirota to give us an answer. Please go ahead, Mr. Pirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the point that has just been raised. Indeed, I mean, maritime issues, problems on the marine environment, know no boundaries. The sea is what it is. Pollution comes through the wind, through the currents, etc. And that is why the importance of cooperation is an integral part of the Marine Directive. And that is why it is important that work that is carried out in the regional sea conventions also is in parallel with our EU policies and our EU aspirations. So much so that good environmental status or its equivalent is something that is also found in the Barcelona Convention, which is also found in the Helsinki Convention, HELCOM, and also in OSPAR. And of course, we also cooperate with our partners in the Black Sea, and that therefore it is a concept that transports itself also to non-EU member states. With the point was mentioned also on traditional fishing. Here we're going a bit beyond the scope of the directive itself, but it should be known that the common fisheries policy, which is an integral part of EU acquis, of course, and feeds into achieving the objectives of good environmental status under the MSFD. Also, its funding instrument has a social dimension as well, and that needs to be taken into account. And there, the use of all resources, yes, of course. As I mentioned, Article 22 of the directive already allows for as many resources, the use of union resources in order to implement the directive, and that indeed this is something that can be replicated at all levels of intervention, because no matter how small a little gesture is, everything we do and human activities, to a certain extent, eventually will find itself in the sea with an impact on the marine environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pirota. And now Mrs. Noren has the floor.
Yes, thank you so much for this, and thank you, Mr. Pirota, for taking your time and to share this knowledge with us. And hopefully we can work together with you in the upcoming work with this opinion. And also thank you, Ms. Valperius. It's really interesting to hear from the local view, and we will try to include this in the opinion, and that's what we really want to do. And what we see on the maritime issues and the ocean issues is that we are so connected. So when pollutants rising up on our shore, they can come from somewhere else, and that's why we need to work together on this. And I'm looking forward to continue with this work, and I will be back on the next meeting where we will take the opinion. So thank you so much for today, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Noren. Thank you, and congratulations for the opinion. Now we are gonna talk about the last opinion of the day. The exchange of views on the experiences and lessons learned by regions and cities during the COVID-19 crisis. I'm happy to announce the discussion on the opinion of the NAT Commission on this question. The rapporteur is Mrs. Jaux-Villiers, and the European Commission has asked the Committee of the Regions to draw up an opinion on the topic, on these experiences, on these lessons that the regional and local authorities have learned due to the COVID-19. I think it's a good opportunity for the Committee of the Regions, and it's a good opportunity also to know and to explain, do we understand the measures, the restrictive measures? How do we understand how these measures have had its effects on the environment? We have seen this very clearly, for example, regarding the air quality in some, as there was less traffic, there was a better air, and there has been less emissions, and we could all notice that. The economical recovery shouldn't hamper these advances in the environmental field. Neither the medium and long-term objectives in the environmental field. We should be prepared for BGs. We should be able to advance better and quicker regarding the objectives regarding the climate change. We could all see how the consequences of the COVID-19 have accelerated many changes. For example, in the urban design, there are much more streets prioritized. We have been able to reduce the use of the private vehicles. We have been able to reduce the use of transport as a whole, and this has been good for regions and cities, which are a key part of the fight against the pandemic. We have been so, and we should keep on being playing an important role in the recovery after the pandemic. So now floor to Mrs. Chauvellier.
Thank you, Chair, for the excellent introduction, and dear colleagues, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to address the issue of lessons learned in the COVID-19 crisis. Together with the NET Commission and the CUR, I'm drafting an opinion on lessons learned by regions and cities during the COVID-19 crisis. And this opinion is based on a request from the European Commission, and it highlights the crucial role of local and regional authorities in the response to the crisis and also in the recovery. It aims to bring forward recommendations to the EU level based on evidence from the ground. I would like to ask you all to share with me your suggestions on this subject. Our member states are reacting differently to the pandemic, but I strongly believe in EU cooperation also on this matter. This crisis has created several consequences at personal, professional, but also on ecological level. Families apart, lack of work, low economy, and so on. The cooperation during such crisis is the key to solve the problems of the most affected sectors. There is a need for a resolution to call for action, to call for unity, to call for stronger cooperation for the benefits of EU and its citizens. The intention behind the opinion is to collect local and regional experiences and give ideas for the future in order to be better prepared. The opinion stresses the importance of answering citizens' questions and concerns, defending interests of people from border regions, resolve obstacles, inform and cooperate with national authorities, as well as support crisis centers and partner regions. Additionally, the opinion asks for harmonization, crisis management at the EU level, as citizens are looking forward to more EU intervention. EU did much within its limited mandate, but there is room to increase it. There is a need to check that state action is fair, as well as to provide information and coordination. The opinion will highlight the possible measures to be undertaken by the EU, its member states, and of course, its local and regional authorities. The opinion will be submitted to the May plenary session of the CoR, and it shall be finalized only once large consultation will take place between all interested stakeholders. The aim of the consultation is to have some good input from all the members and also external stakeholders and associations. So I'm happy to listen to your comments that will feed into the opinion. It is basically about all our experiences in the crisis as responsible politicians. What are we learning? Where can we improve? Where should the EU be more involved and helpful to the local and regional level? I'm really looking forward to your comments. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a iniciar el debate.
Thank you very much. We will now start the debate with Mr. Frey. You have the floor.
Sehr geehrte Frau Kollegin Schaufli.
Dear colleague Schaufli, colleagues,
the member of ours and I, we've already sent in a written contribution. What is important is the first lesson is that national selfishness is not very helpful. We saw it in my area between Baden-Württemberg, Alsace and Switzerland. What we need is joint EU solutions by including the regional and local authorities. Otherwise, we cannot overcome this crisis and make sure that there's going to be a sustainable economic development. EU, the member states, and also the regions make money available, but what is going to be decisive is to use this funding in a way where it is appropriate. In Baden-Württemberg, we have already started a sustainable strategy. That is, if you have funding must be devoted to the environment, digitization or climate change. I would be in favor of the European Union following the same targets that we have started. Thank you. Vielen Dank, Herr Frey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frey. And now, Mrs. Ratilainen.
Dear colleagues, thank you for the presentation. One concrete point I wanted to add for this presentation and the previous comment is reducing transportation emissions, which has always been a very difficult and sometimes we have even been witnessing setbacks. During COVID time especially, public transportation has suffered a financial decline throughout Europe during this pandemic time, and these hits have often led to decline in service also. This isn't just an example, but one example of short-term and short-sighted development that should not undermine the need to invest in public transportation in long period. But I would also like to underline that during the pandemic, we have also seen positive environmental impacts, and it would be of great value if we could emphasize and hold on to these impacts. For example, our citizens have discovered values of nature and forests as never before. So my question is, could we seize this demand and invest in the preservation of nature and urban forests? Would we be able to establish new areas of green environments and restore once lost habitats throughout Europe in future working documents of the Committee of Regions in this point? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ratilainen. Somebody else wishes to take the floor? If this is not the case, before giving the floor back to Mrs. Chavlier, I would like to share with you my opinion, my experience from a small municipality. We have learned, and I think this would be very useful for the opinion, we have seen that it is necessary to reinforce the skills in the local and regional field. When we are before situations that are too much for us, sometimes we have to manage resources at a very little time. We have to manage also an administrative burden. We have to give a better response, more coherent to the citizens. I think that COVID-19 has shown us the weaknesses that we had, all countries, in front of a crisis of these characteristics due to a virus at a global scale. But also, we have learned that the planet needs a more urgent and firm answer from the governments. We need it in order to improve our answers, in order to help the citizens to restore nature, to improve the protection of ecosystems and biodiversities in all territories. So in this sense, I think that one of the best lessons that we could learn from the pandemic, from the regional and local governments, is that we should take care of us much better. We should take care of our resources better. And from the European Union, we should strengthen the Green Deal, the Green Deal, and the different programs that are directed to the regions and the local authorities. We should get more support from the European Union. And now it's Mrs. Chaulier who has the word in order to finish with the debate of today's afternoon. Mrs. Chaulier.
Recommendations. I think it was very useful. You know, the scope of the opinion is very wide, but I think we have to be very concrete, and you made some very concrete suggestions. I thank you for that. And now it's a draft opinion, so we will work further on it, and we will include the comments. Of course, there is transport and air pollution, but there is, of course, also the sustainable recovery and the Green Deal. It's important that in recovery that is sustainable. And of course, the investment in nature and the protection of biodiversity. That's very important, and we will include in the opinion. And thank you for the written contribution. And if there are other members who have some more ideas, they can always send also a written contribution. So thank you for the opportunity today for this discussion, and we will continue to work on the opinion. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Let's move on. We are reaching the end of this session. We will now move on to providing information on the procedures for remote voting on amendments and opinions. Before closing this session, I would like to remind you to refer to the document available on the members portal, where you will find instructions about the voting procedure for the amendments tomorrow from 9 a.m. till 1 p.m. Brussels time, as well as how to vote on the amended opinions on Wednesday morning from 9 a.m. till 1 p.m. as well. So just as in other meetings, I please urge you to vote tomorrow so that we can conclude the decision-making process for all the opinions. I would like to confirm finally the date of the next meeting, the 26th of March. The Secretariat will confirm the format in which the meeting will be held. If there are no other business by the members, I would like to finish by thanking the interpreters, the Secretariat, all the members, the guests, speakers, rapporteurs of the 6th ENVE Commission. Thanks very much for your work and input, and I hope to see you all very soon. Stay safe.